when we last left off, our intrepid heroes became heroes. They were recruited by the legendary wizardess Kreshia Balmeris and the redoubtable Blue Knight Irina to go and meet someone who's been investigating the disappearance of young people from the old town of Aran City. Impoverished folk that no one would miss, and clearly no one does, save their parents who have finally managed to find a champion in all of you in the arena. And one beleaguered city guard sergeant who had information pertinent to your investigation, but felt that he had been watched as he investigated, and indeed it turned out to be the case as our heroes slipped through the shadows to meet him, only for him to get an axe in the shoulder from the shadows, and many strange individuals in robes and cloaks leapt out to attack. Luckily, our heroes overpowered them and sent them running, and even managed to capture one alive, who you have brought to the Barley Burrow, the tavern owned by the Ilgade family, to keep him safe for the evening while Sergeant Yalla recovers, and you debrief on what has happened.
And of course, while I literally debrief Irina.
Yes, indeed. You get the chance to show Irina a good time evening.
Oh, wait. You pull
Yeah,
a
you
ton
did.
of act, and some poor person in the adjacent room
Oh no!
gets
I
a
roll a d4 to see who you humiliate with. No, it's fine. You're not that productive.
That
Yeah,
hits as well. This is the Barley Burrow. They're no strangers.
Yeah, they have waterproof horn. You are absolutely a hero. You saved a city guard sergeant from being murdered.
We did a good deed.
You did a good, and you did it, at least in one of your cases, with no search for recompense, in order to take one step towards saving a bunch of poor children who have been kidnapped. That is the stuff of heroes.
Yay!
Yay!
Well, there'd be some recompense. My character may not have any of it with her, but she does have a sizable bank account.
Oh yes, for sure. But one of you, I think it was either Polly or Caeda, said that she didn't want any payment at all.
Okay,
Yeah,
it
it's
was
Caeda.
like, nah, I'm good.
That would be.
Yeah. It's like, no, we're good.
Yeah, see? True hero right here. Please ignore the Shadow Warlock powers.
And the mace.
Warlock
Flail.
powers mean nothing, really. Let's be honest.
And let us not forget, of course, the true hero of our story. One of the youngest or oldest humans other than Marcus. Handsome Joe himself. Who soloed like half the map because fighter.
He was Marcus's son all along.
Yeah, turns out. He's
Randall
just
Fair.
like dear old dad.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the opportunity to say that at this point.
So,
Oh, yeah.
you have returned to the burrow. A few hours have passed as you recover, patch your wounds. You may all take the benefits of a long rest. Which is to say, you get all of your healing surges back, and if you have 0 inspiration, you can go back to 1 inspiration.
Oh, for taking a long rest, I'm going to use up my healing surge to put me to full before I get my surges back.
Absolutely a good idea.
What's my red bar set to here? So I got a 19 in there. I don't know why.
Probably your
Should be
AC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, our heroes reconvene a bit before sunup. The sergeant is sitting at the bar nursing an ice pack against a rather substantial scar that has formed over his shoulder despite the magic healing he received. and Irina has taken up her familiar place in a corner table. A few early patrons have shuffled in, but it's pretty sparse at the moment.
All right. Well, you're the leader of this show here. Kreshia, what do you get anything from me last night, or how have we gone about this?
Well, let's speak with well, our would-be wounded guard.
Yeah. Let's go
Okay.
over here.
And Kreshia is looking just so glossy right about now.
The beneficiary of Irina's extensive makeup kit. So
It's
the
a good look.
two of you wander
Shiny
over, and the sergeant will give you a slow incline of his head. Ladies, thanks again for the save last night. I was sure I was done for then.
It's no biggie.
Don't sweat it, Sarge.
I heard not to sweat someone saving your life, but I appreciate the humility. I don't think I'm familiar with any of you, except squints at Kreshia for a moment.
I'm just gonna tap finger to nose.
Well, must be one of those faces.
Oh yeah, I get that a lot.
I'd be surprised if you were familiar with me. Never met you before.
Well, you must be fresh in town then. I like to
It would
think
be
I know
great if
just
there
about
were.
everyone who's worth
Sorry.
knowing.
I've never met you, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, you're crackly mic on my phone.
Oh,
Which
So
gap?
it would be
Who's
really
that?
embarrassing if there were actually like a statue of Kreshia out there. So she's just like, nobody knows me, and she stood in front of it.
Yeah, there's definitely
Well,
like up at Briarmount. There's totally a Mary Kreshia statue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a Briarmount, though. We're not anywhere. We don't go to Briarmount. Are you crazy?
Yeah, who would go to Briarmount? Oh, speaking of which, actually, that reminds me. Thank you. If you are a character with the arcane or divine power source, please roll me a Constitution ability check to see how you slept through the night. Except Kreshia,
Oh
you're fine. You
yeah.
sleep like a baby.
Oh yeah.
Ability check?
Yep, Constitution ability
I'll
check.
just sit here being a marshal.
not a primal power source?
Nope, you're good.
A good night's sleep is the most powerful magic.
Oof.
Excellent. I think you also rolled like a nat 1 last time, didn't you, Caeda?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh,
excellent.
boy.
Yeah, I did.
You continue to have horrible nightmares. You can't remember any of them other than just an inky darkness surrounding you, choking you all through the night. Temporarily, you're going to reduce your maximum healing surges by 1 as you gain exhaustion.
What were we all doing last night, guys?
You
Oh, that's a
look a
neat way to
little
do
bit.
exhaustion, sure.
Yeah, you look a little bit under the weather. What happened?
Oh, you know, just uh, when you just lay there and then the brain starts thinking about things. Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, that was the cause of a lot of college drinking for me.
Yeah, and as I've already had enough wine for the week, I thought better against it, and I don't know if that was a good or a bad decision.
Mm. Hard to
But
say.
hey-ho.
My sympathies either way.
So maybe I'll nap later today.
Yeah, good luck with that. Do you think it's related to the fact that other people who are wizardy woos have been having a hard time with sleep?
Oh, so it's not just me?
No. Apparently other people are getting that. Not me, I'm incredible, but other people are.
But I thought, So, forgive me for asking this, but um, is there like some reason why all does the waggles fingers people having this?
Um, don't know. I'm hoping we'll find out. It's entirely possible that some of the information we've got about missing peoples is relevant.
Maybe.
Maybe they learned too much of some works in the slums or have something in common with it all. Hopefully
Well,
Noah can tell us more.
I know I felt a little better than last night.
my not to be too dour, but maybe these missing people that we're looking for are like so congregated that they're like crying out for help or something, and that's why everyone's not able to sleep until they're found.
That would be some impressive magic juju if that were the case.
Like some sort of like mass sending, I think is the spell, or something like that.
Could be. Just a mere could be. I'm not sure for sure.
Let's get to the heart of the matter, shall we, Naylor? Believe you had a lead or something?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've been looking into these disappearances for the Blue Cloak there. Honestly, the folk in the old town, they wouldn't have come to us with us. An insular like that, they take care of their own. Except this time, anyway. Something or someone's been picking up young folk. Late teens, all of them. Just on the cusp of adulthood. I reckon there's maybe a dozen gone now. As far as I can tell, they've all disappeared down by the lake, Lake Arun. All at night. And these folk in the cloaks. People haven't seen any of them near the disappearances, but they say there's been, well, glances around a moment, then scoots over into the seat next to you and drops his voice to a whisper. There's a thieves' guild works here in the city, see? The longshoremen. They handle, cargo moving in from the lakes and the rivers. Mostly harmless, but folks say that they've been gone the last couple of weeks. Just up and disappeared from all their normal turf, which is mostly the low city.
Weird.
Hmm.
Are they responsible for anything out of the ordinary usually?
Usually no, that's why we don't press them too hard. They move, contraband under taxes, you know. Nothing
Yeah.
illegal per se itself, just avoiding the Queen's excise. Occasionally they have a few leg breakers, and I know they run a couple gambling dens and whorehouses down in the town, but they're small time, really. Anything gets bigger than its britches, we usually crack down hard. But there's always a black market, so we leave the pointless, rather harmless one alone.
Mm.
Right.
Could
So
something more
I've made
dangerous have
use of that
replaced
one
them?
historically. Serves a purpose.
Sorry, Miss Druid, what?
Could something have replaced them? You said they disappeared.
That's what I thought. That's what I've been looking into mostly. I peeked into a lot of their old establishments, but they're all just shuttered. No one's there.
No traces of them.
Oh. My first
Not
thought was
even.
that these cloaked figures must be the longshoremen, but it's not their MO. And they've never employed mages before.
Was there anything at all at the places? Signs of
Hon-
fights, anything?
Honestly, no, and that's the scary part. They cleaned out everything of value. They, in a lot of cases, literally shuttered them, put up nail boards over the doors. Like they weren't planning on coming back for a long time.
Hmm.
I could imply they knew
So,
what was going on.
so quick question here, Savin.
Mhm.
This nailer guy, he doesn't look like he's magically trained or anything, right? Like he's just like a straight up guard and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
he is just an NPC warrior.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to have still in those locations still, right? No offense to you, but you don't look the magic type, and well, I'll motion to you three. They might be able to find something more than our sort of eyes.
No offense taken. Normally, we'd bring one of our trained spell sniffers around too, but, well, he'll gesture towards Caeda. They're having a bad time too lately. Yeah. God knows why, but yeah, I can take you around to those places, sure.
Sounds good. You might want to put on a disguise so that you're not walking dressed as a guard, considering turns out your fears were not unfounded.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hopefully you all didn't get marked too. I don't think any of them got away.
Hmm.
None that I know of. All the ones that I had seen, we had taken care of.
Yeah, I won't rule out that they
And
had a
then again,
watcher
that's
of
only
some
the ones
kind.
that I had seen.
Yeah, they had the ability
Yeah.
to cast invisibility, or at the very least be very good at hiding. So it's not rule out that there's just someone who was watching these events.
Yeah, that's true. So, I guess this disguise is all around. Shouldn't be too hard. Just scruff up a bit, throw some dirt on from out back, and you'll fit into the old city just fine.
Hmm.
Well,
Okay.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Sure. All right.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
After a little bit of breakfast.
That is a fantastic idea.
And I'll chuck some money in the ring and buy everyone breakfast. I'm sure everyone would love some syrup and pancakes and chalky milks and coffees.
sure. You might turn down a free breakfast.
Too right. Yeah, how much of that run me?
Don't worry, that one's on the house.
Fair, fair.
What's a pancake?
They're like sticky switches. You will see. It is like a cake made in a pan.
Exciting.
We'll swagger over and plop down into one of the bar stools at the offer of free breakfast.
Heck yeah.
Well, while you all are off looking into the old city, I think I'll go to the High Market. I used to do a little fortune telling there back in the day. Maybe I could learn something.
Sure.
Speaking of fortune telling, if you're doing fortune telling, why not see what fate's got in store for us today?
Well, now that's a good idea. I confess, though, at least my fortune's been pretty grim the last little bit, so might want to buckle up for bad tidings.
Fair enough. Oh God, it's been a while. Did Kreshia ever have any like useful contacts in this town? It's been beyond a hot minute, but
Yeah,
I
you
feel like she's
shagged the Archmagister of Briarmount.
that is true.
Let's see. You
Rip a whole
definitely,
bunch of blue lightning and pound down.
yep. You obviously know Princess Kaelin herself. I think that's about it for people who are like still alive here. Just the Duskrender
Yeah.
family and Rhea.
Sure. I'll write a little letter out for Arena to go and check in at Briarmount if she needs to jump in at the top or evade followers. I think she might be a little bit out of nearby allies. At least speed her through the door.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Now, let's see what fate has in store for us. Hopefully, now that I have some friends, things will look up a bit. So, pull out ye old cards. So, we'll just go in order across from Kreshia to Poly. So, Scow,
Yep.
a 6 of Pentacles.
The Invoker. How very fitting.
Let's see. The Court of Stars represents the influence of magic upon you, often unwanted. When you hold this card and are hit by a spell attack, you gain inspiration. So, any arcane, divine, or primal power.
Oh God, that won't take fucking long.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Wow.
Yeah, I like look it over and go, I don't know that anyone needed their fortune for this one, but I appreciate it.
Careful, it might
Sure.
be a little bit more than just a cantrip if you're getting a card for it.
That is a good point. Hey, bet me than you guys.
Anette.
I don't know about that, but
I'm
Okay, well
starting
maybe
to
with the
get
exception of you, because you're stout as heck.
starting to get the picture here. You too get a card from the Court of Stars.
Huh. Well, the odds of that just getting those two right in order.
Quite low.
Are we all gonna get one?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, Savin, I don't think you shuffled these.
I did. I literally just. I even reshuffled it.
6, 7, 8.
Are you sure? Because you just
I
got 6,
I
7,
just
8 of
reshuffled
stars.
them now but right between those pulls too. I was like, I'm not sure I shuffled this. Let me do it again.
It's meant to be.
Slow quirk a brow. Huh. Shit.
Yeah, Irina blinks hard. Never seen that before. All
Oh, we're
right,
getting hit with such a fireball.
Caeda.
Ah, thank goodness.
There we go. The warrior. Let's see. Scroll to him. Let's see. Ah, yes. The warrior of swords stands tall among his brothers. When called to action, he answers without hesitation and shows no mercy. When you hold this card and land the defeating blow against a creature whose level is higher than the party's, gain inspiration.
Ah, the boss whacker card.
Nice, nice.
Actually, that's Joe's card. I'm sorry. Caeda also got a fucking
yeah.
stars.
Yeah,
So it's
I mean,
yeah,
incredibly
that's what. Yeah,
appropriate.
I thought. Like literally the three casters who are bound. Sorry, not well. No, you're not cast.
I'm
The
not
three
casting,
people
what are
who
you
are.
talking about?
Yeah, no. It's just Damn, that would have worked really well if it had been Gardy as well instead of Ariel.
I know. All right. Speaking of
too late.
which, for Guardy. Yup.
See?
Speaking of which,
What in the hell? 6,
it's
7, 8,
9.
9.
One, then I was the odd one out.
Yeah. I shuffled that again, too. I was like, all right, the curse is broken with a warrior. We're fine. Boop. All right, that's
It's
some
who's back.
fucking cosmic shit right there. All right, yeah, you
Oh, a little
two
sneaky
get
on us.
a card from the Court of Stars. Arena will...
Savin,
Yes?
just to break the game for a moment, just go buy a lotto ticket, please.
Yeah, except these are all for bad news. It's the first lotto ticket
Oh,
where
shit.
you have to pay a tax return on it.
I
That lotto
thought-
was just tax.
Well, yeah, I
Uh.
mean, obviously, a lottery ticket is like a tax for hope.
That's awful.
Wow.
But yes.
Oof.
Well, it's a gift. It's a free gift certificate for hope. If
Except it's not
someone
free.
if someone hands you it, or you find one on the floor, even face down, you're like, "Ooh, a thing."
All
I
right,
did not
so
win the
everybody
Powerball, by
except
the way.
Pets gets a Court of Stars, and then Pets gets the Warrior.
can't say I'm too
Very
I'll take it.
surprised.
tempting.
I can't say I'm too surprised given the outlook of what we're doing, but wow, getting all
I've
those in a row,
never.
basically.
I've been telling fortunes longer than this city's been standing. I've never seen that before. She
I
will.
can't help but worry
take-
that I'm screwing your juju up.
She takes the cards back, reshuffles the entire deck, and draws again. And once more, you each get a Court of Stars card. I'll be. That's worrying.
Is
I
anyone
guess
else wearing a red
fate-
shirt today except for you?
Nyaller looks down at his like crimson tabard.
I don't have any color red in my entire wardrobe. It's just this sort of brownish color.
I looks at red scarf, red cape, whatever that is. Ah. Huh.
I mean, you're the one who's least worried about it because you got the protagonist card.
Ah. True.
All right. Well, everyone keep on your guard against any kind of blasty magic, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
will
spooky.
do.
Pretty cool though. Give that
Yeah,
a rippies.
cool.
Look, something new happening is interesting.
Let's hope it's just that. Interesting. Arena will.
Maybe
Good.
maybe it's good magic we're going to be blasted with.
Arena will glance at Kreshia.
I don't have fireball anymore. Don't look at me.
Arena will scarf down her breakfast quick as she can as it's served up and heft that big blackened axe up onto her back again. All right, I'll be up at the High Market. Come look me up when you learn something.
Will do.
Okay.
Just call if you need anything.
You know I will. Start toward the door, stop, plant a big smooch on Crush's lips, head out.
Yeah, tail wag. A tail wag hard enough to like bap Annette and Naylor. Alright, kids, it's time we get the show on the road.
Yeah, sure.
Hurriedly, with the rest of this pancake, make a pancake sandwich so we can eat and walk.
You get the pass for calling me a kid because you actually look old enough to probably be my mother.
Oof.
Ooh.
Not
Critical
supposed to
hit.
say that part out loud, but sure.
Maybe she just means like you have an air of
Maturity.
responsibility about you.
That's a very cute thought. But I mean, no, I do have a kid who is probably older than Annette, so
An aura of momminess.
I'll take I'll take that one.
Mm.
Milfitude.
Yeah.
There actually aren't many Borkers in your setting, is there, Savin? Now I think about it.
No, there's no like dog people race at all. There's Kitsune and Anubians.
And
It's where Crash is constantly
Kresh's
like, no, nobody knows me. Really outstanding for my race.
I might have to be worried that I'm actually from like one of your weird one night stands from one time.
well,
Oh wait, you actually part Borko instead of part Fox.
Yeah.
Should we roll? I actually had a roll rule for whether someone was related to Kreshia or whether it was like the result of a one night stand or tragedy or if their
Alright.
parents are still even alive.
Hold
I had
on,
a table for that.
let me just GM roll something real quick.
yeah. Kresh's mom came from another dimension.
Yep. Yeah, quite literally the most unique snowflake. My hellhound mum from another dimension fucked the Dark Elf Queen after they drank like a hellacious amount of mushroom wine. Uh-oh. Shall nervously rub Annette on the ears. They're drunk on shrooms. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Her mom Mira Bleaksworthy the 13th.
14th.
I'm the 14th.
Oh,
Mira
That's-
was the 13th.
I could have
sure.
sworn she was the 14th, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Also, you wouldn't be the 14th. You have a different name.
I don't know that ever really mattered to Mira. She was just like, yeah, I'm obviously the 13th of the Bleaksworthies.
Okay, fair enough.
Kind of think of
She's
it.
from a different dimension. Everything can be weird.
Surprised
Oh,
to see
totally.
actually another like Borker than myself. Really, I haven't seen one in my travels.
Yeah, I mean, are you sure? Do you know what your mom was like?
No, no.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Cool. I'll have to check out some names later. And look into a few people.
Huh.
You might find out who your mom was.
Or at least one of them.
I'm gonna try and not think about this while we're doing other stuff now.
Yeah. On the plus
Yeah,
side,
best not.
I have a tremendous stipend set aside for people who turn out to be my family. Because you see, I used to do that thing which we like to call binge drinking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Low nervous noises.
Let's just go investigate the place, shall we?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Sounds good.
All
But
right.
certainly internally screaming. By this point, she did genuinely think like there are probably no more children waiting for me, unless she sees another one. Curse my boner! You get me into so much trouble.
Kinda makes me glad my dad is gay.
That is true. I mean, also, he was never really one of the kind of people who'd be into sleeping around anyway, even if he, wasn't a
You're
champion
right.
of sausage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good
Have
man.
you seen his boyfriend recently?
Not recently, but the last I heard, he's a pretty excellent dude.
Yeah, he owns a vineyard.
Nice. I'm proud of my big gay dad.
But who's count?
Yay.
Yeah.
You guys actually did own a vineyard at the end of 73.
That is true. This is obviously there's just like some other like vineyard owner.
Yes,
who's
he's
just
the guy
like-
who owned the adjacent vineyard, and they got together.
Yeah. Now they're dating.
Yeah, they
One
they
produced
first
red
met
wine,
like
one produced white wine, and now they have a bottle of rosé called Big Gay Dads.
Yeah, they
But like
said,
in French.
Yeah, you
they
know what
met while they
happened,
were
actually?
trimming their giant hedgerows, separating their properties.
yeah, you know what happened actually is like some roses of theirs or whatever grapevines it got intermingled and crossbred, and then that's how they met.
Ah, yes, just how every relationship starts. Interbreeding.
All right, so the party makes its way down to Old Aaron, with the sergeant leading the way. And now I'm going to turn it over to you guys as a skill challenge to kind of figure out how you want to lead this investigation. The sergeant can show you where the longshoremen used to operate, but beyond that, you now have the full breadth of the 5th edition skill sets to use.
Okay.
We can use all the buttons.
You can use the
Okay.
buttons, and they work the way they should.
Say, am I able to use the downtime rules as well? Because I feel like carousing is probably one of my best bets. It's like my specialty.
In this case, you can roll that into part of the skill challenge by throwing some persuade checks around. Absolutely. If you want to start off
Yeah.
with that.
Mm.
Let's give it a go. Woo!
Woo. Alright, so Kreshia begins talking up the locals. And as the sergeant said, they're a fairly insular lot down here. While none of you look like big fancy knights or shining heroes quite yet, they still pretty immediately recognize that you're not from around here. Still, with a bit of persuading and Borker charisma, you're able to slowly get them talking. They will confirm what the sergeant said, that they haven't seen the longshoremen in several weeks now. You can narrow it down to the last 3 weeks that they've been gone.
Mm.
And it seemed to happen all at once.
All at once.
Can I make a thieves tool check to try and find like any sort of like hidden pockets around like their places where they might have kept some logs or records of stuff?
That's an investigation check, but if you do find it, these tools would be appropriate for breaking in.
Hmm. That's not a very good check for me. I think I'm going to stay away from that, then let someone else do an investigation if they want to.
Can I make a perception to like would it be under the purview of perception to see like how hurriedly it looks like how hurriedly a leave job they did?
That would probably be survival, but
That would
I
also work.
yeah, alright, go for that then. Alright, excellent. As you and the crew let yourselves into a couple of these establishments that have been abandoned. You quickly find, as you take a knee and look through the tracks and the dust prints, they left in a damn hurry. These are the tracks made by some people who are spooked. They took as much as they could, but they didn't take everything. And in fact, you are able to find that there are still a couple of saves that were just too damn heavy to take with them and are still shut. Perhaps there might still be something in there.
Ah, here we go.
Huh.
Would it be a thieves' tool to
Mhm.
get these saves open?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Ah,
Good
let's see
old
here.
misspelled
Inspiration
thieves'
is a
tools. Yes.
see,
Inspiration is a
No.
reroll.
that's right. That's copied like straight from the book, straight from the stuff, isn't it?
No. If it is, then that's wrong. That is
Yeah,
misspelled and mis.
That's no, that's correct.
Fascinating.
It's written exactly like that, and when you look it up in 5th edition,
Oh
thieves'
yeah,
tool.
Thieves' tools.
My God.
Say classique. It is, yeah. They've got it written down as Thieves' tools. I mean, look, let's face it. The front cover of the Adventurer's Guide is written wrong. They didn't put an apostrophe on the S.
I mean, I have it wrong if it's in case of like plural thieves, but
No,
it's just like
they themselves have recorded that wrong, and they have lots of like just weirdly
Yes,
placed
that
apostrophes.
that is factually wrong. That is not how thieves would be spelled. It would either be
Don't you know Thieve, the god of stealing things?
yes, of course,
Who all tools are based on?
okay.
Yes,
I
the
admit I did
demon
have
god of
the
mischief.
apostrophe in the wrong place, but I mean, other than that, it's actually spelled correctly. Yeah.
That's just no. You misheard. That was the god Steve with a lisp.
Anyway, so is it a? I can use a
Inspiration
inspiration
is
to
a
do a
reroll.
reroll, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I think that's a good case of using it here,
Oh
so
wait,
I'm gonna
that
do that.
makes sense.
There
we
we
go.
go.
Huh.
Okay. So you are able to break into the safes at each location that you pass, and Amxal, would you roll me 3d10 plus 10?
Okay.
You
29.
find 29 gold pieces worth of small change that got left behind. And
That's not
you
nothing.
find a sealed scroll case in one of the safes. It seems to not have been left behind intentionally, but rather it is stuck to something inside. And when you give it a good tug, let's see, Joe, would you give me
Alright.
an athletics check?
I sure can. Speaking of re-rolling. Well,
All right,
Slightly
so
better.
pets, I will give you the choice. A trap has just been sprung, and being the party defender, your quick reflexes would allow you to take the blow for Anette if you want.
I got a shield.
That you do. If you
I'll
want
do
to
it.
use it, all right.
I'm now curious. Are you using flurry traps still, so they've got like a CR and attack rolls?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which,
Slick.
dink.
Eh.
All right. When you dislodge
Stop that shield.
the scroll case, you blink, and before you know it, Joe's shield has interposed itself between you and the safe. There's a dink as a dart trap shoots into the shield and bounces off. Good
All right,
job.
then.
So, once you have disarmed that, you're able to take the scroll case, and it seems to be a list of properties. And perhaps you've found the office of the leader of the longshoremen. The Aller will shrug. He's not familiar with who runs the organization himself. or at least not where they keep their office. And as you unfold it, you can find the official deeds for all of the locations you visited. All except one, which Naller will say is unfamiliar to him.
So how many deeds are we talking about here?
Looks like they have a dozen different establishments in the old town, and one establishment at the edge of the high town.
Man, it'd be a real shame if their deeds just disappeared and ended up in our hands, wouldn't it?
I'd be careful about that. Generally, you have to have some kind of muscle to hang on to all of these deeds in the first place.
They're also just
Yeah.
copies. They have another at the notary.
Yeah, I should have figured. Oh well.
Sorry, property theft's not quite that easy.
Yeah, probably would have brought big trouble when they came back to the place anyway. More trouble than it's worth.
I don't know, you could have your own Thieves Guild, wouldn't that be fun?
I'm not a thief though.
True, but the guild itself is still pretty cool. Isn't it a very romantic concept? Like the, rebellious scamp, like jumping rooftop to rooftop in the middle of the night, looking for that one last big payout.
Just like heroes.
Yeah, except,
different.
for taking things.
I mean, I admit I've done most of that, but not as a thief.
Fair.
Again, only thief in that you just need to recognize what they're doing. It's more name brand than anything.
So, having found these deeds, there's, again, one of them that Naller doesn't recognize and had not planned on taking you to. He'll take it and give it a good look over. That's weird. It's right on the edge of town. Not exactly a prime spot for the longshoremen. It's not even near the
Is
water.
that even in the lower? Yeah.
Yeah, it is, but it's up near the hills.
I mean, maybe not a prime spot, but a prime getaway location or safe house of some sort.
Yeah, that sounds very safe housey.
Well, that could be it. Shall we?
Could end up finding someone there. If it is a safe house, at least.
He will nod. Alright, I'll lead the way then. Unless, glances around. Actually, if this is their safe house, even with a hood up, they might recognize me.
Yeah.
Might be best
Should we
if you
also
all go on ahead. I'll go
Should we
fetch
grab
that.
Arena as well, yeah?
That's a good point, yeah. Let's head back to Uptown.
Alright. So regroup and check in on Ari.
It will take the party a couple of hours to make their way up. But make their way they can, and with no real threat to them.
You remain unblasted.
Indeed. So far.
So
I've got a feeling about when that's gonna happen.
So, you make your way up to the Hightown Market, a bustling center of commerce, the center of which is dominated by a raised circular promenade on which many merchants have pitched their tents and stalls and laid out their wares. These are the prime spots indeed. Underneath the statue of the newborn god Narend, god of merchants, standing at the foot of his beneficent mother Mithras. As you enter, the sergeant will peel off to go speak to some of the guardsmen. And you can see Arena sitting out on a rug with a large cast iron bowl out, now full of coppers and silvers, splitting her Taroka deck.
I will take this opportunity here to pass out the gold we just gotten a little bit ago. Does Caeda still not want gold?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, so 4 ways then.
All right.
I'll spend it all in one place now.
I'm gonna insist you take at least some pay at the end of this, Caeda.
Yeah, at some point, but I'm okay right now. I've got enough to keep me going.
All right. I'm gonna use some of this. I'm going to go around the fruit cellar and pick up some uh, delicious fruits, or wander on down to the chef and ask if she can make them into a smoothie and provide some sandwiches.
Sure. She's mostly a grill meister, but she has an apprentice who can smoothie that up, and if you like beef sandwiches, she's
I
happy to
do like
provide.
beef sandwiches. Can I have a two, please?
Absolutely, darling.
Thank you very much, Miller.
Start
So I see the
getting you the
name.
hookup.
So I see the name Tinkerer. Is it like little machinery stuff and stuff like there, or is it weapons, or
Yeah,
what is
he
out there?
has all sorts of metal equipment out. He has knives, daggers, spoons, forks, clippers, horseshoes, all sorts of things. And he has a tiny portable anvil and set of repair tools. People are bringing him their worn down and damaged cookware and other goods to have them fixed up.
Keep that in mind, and I'll make my way around to Irina's stall.
Learn anything interesting?
The possible location of a safe house.
Now that is
Yep.
interesting for those longshoremen, right?
Yep.
Take a
Hmm.
while to get to. It's the edge of town and all that.
Yeah, the weird point is that it's not a waterside property, and it's not any of the ones that Naylor knew about. So, yeah, we're thinking safe house.
It seems the most likely option to me.
Well, all right. I haven't learned much about the cartel here, but Marina will stack her cards up, heft herself up by her axe haft. I have talked to a few of the town's mage folk. They say all these dark dreams of theirs started about 3 weeks ago-ish.
What a coincidence.
Mhm.
Oh?
Doesn't
Same
that
time all
coincide
them
with his
disappeared.
disappearance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Given what Naylor and all them told us and we found.
It's
That's...
about when the longshoremen all started bouncing, yeah.
That is more than a coincidence. That's true enough. But what the
How
hell
did
does
they
a
know?
thieves guild vanishing and a bunch of mages starting to have nightmares got to do with one another?
That couldn't tell ya right now.
I'd be willing to bet on some sort of magical item being stolen and that causing a whole hullabaloo or something like that.
Hmm.
They know what comes in, don't they? Or knew?
Or they activated a curse of some kind. That could be a possibility.
Yeah.
If something was missing from Briarmount, I think somebody would have mentioned. Oh, I guess it
Unless
wouldn't
they
go
want to
hurt
keep it
to...
hush hush.
Yeah, I
Something they're not
suppose.
supposed to have.
Ooh,
Could it have been something coming into the city that they weren't supposed to see?
that would be my guess more than something going missing, but might not hurt to ask up at the academy anyway. She will look pointedly at Kreshia.
Yeah, I'll give him an ask. I need to, of course, check on the mistress anyway.
I'm sure. You want to do that before
Shifty
we
eyes.
head up that safe house, or you want to tackle that first?
Let's get some information before we go to the safe house.
Makes sense to me. Well, shall we?
Sounds good. Sure. Kreshia herself is a sticky switch.
Ah, yes, of course.
She's just full of love. But these days has, of course, been a lot better behaved.
Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Would not want to make the dragon goddess of magic, jealous.
As we know, she is cursed with monogamy.
She is.
You called it a curse. I called it a blessing.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it definitely feels weird to go picking up new girlfriends when one of your incredibly powerful wives is a serial monogamist.
And then the other one.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the same wife, really.
They are the same wife,
Yeah.
really.
They are formed from like the same solar and all that.
Pretty much.
Marina also gets a tiny bit jealous, but, you know, she makes do.
She has a children's.
Exactly. She's just happy to get to be in your life sometimes.
No.
So.
She's gonna get that full on the
Oh yeah, didn't you say there's like a statue of Kreshia up here by Prior Town or
Yes, I
something?
was just getting to that. So as our heroes make their way up to the highest point in the town, save the palace itself, the Briarmount Symposium, it's if you imagine like a Greek-style forum, a huge open space with several buildings constructed around it, all fairly low to the ground, as most of the symposium itself is subterranean. But there are large spaces where teachers are giving out public demonstrations. There's no need to pay for admissions to Briarmount per se. Anyone's welcome to come and learn. And indeed come and demonstrate, as has Kreshia done more than once or twice over the years. But
of the job.
standing in the middle of the forum itself is a statue that was not here the last time the party was 20 odd years ago. There is a statue of Mauriciel and Kreshia, back to back, holding hands, staves held up to ward off the darkness of the encroaching giantish armies. Irina will do a little tiny fox yip in the back of her throat and glance over at Kreshia.
Well, that's a sight, isn't it?
I pull my hat down more, but it's one of the more defining characteristics I've got going.
Yeah, I'd say so, given how much the hat troops on that.
Kreshia, they got someone who looks like you already built here.
They do. They do. Whew.
Yeah, looks like. Sure, uh-huh.
Yeah, it looks
Right,
just like her.
yeah.
A little skinnier though.
Yeah, not nearly as attractive, really, if you look at it.
For sure.
Give you a little tummy pinch.
She gets a doggo growl. I shall wander on in. Trying to bump into any students. Is everyone here looking like that same kind of sleepy half the days that Caeda's been walking around in?
They look worse by and large. You're pretty sure they're subsisting entirely on coffee and drugs at this point. There are some students up on the top of the form who look kind of okay, just like, normal students around exam time, but once you get inside, everyone down here is bleary-eyed and stumbling around like a zombie.
Huh. I wonder if it's because it's just naturally more magical inside. That's worrying.
As you speak of worrying, Kreshia, you are greeted by the sight of the Archsage Rhea herself, glorious black-scaled salamander, sitting on the dais of a tremendous statue, which you know to actually be a quite powerful arcane golem. And she is sporting a tremendous gravid stomach on which her hands are currently resting. She looks up at you with a dangerous smile. Why, if it isn't Kreshia Belmaris, come to finally take responsibility, are you?
I thought I used protection.
She flashes you many fangs, and then bursts out laughing, gives you a slap on the thigh. I'm just teasing. Don't worry. Not actually even, my eggs this time.
No?
No, trade of knowledge and resources with the Kaliran Hornets.
Oh. Nice.
They need reinforcements, and I need a divine spark because she will gesture around. As you can see, things are getting a bit grim around here.
Yeah, I've been fine myself, but the people I'm traveling with at the moment are having a hard time of it.
Yeah, hard times, one thing. Some of us haven't slept in near on 2 weeks. We'd died of exhaustion if not for ritual magic and some potent drugs we got shipped up from the rangers.
Do the symptoms pass if anyone leaves the vicinity of Briarmount?
No, it's not us doing it, I'll tell you that much. We've scoured the place with every mage who can cast any kind of divination, and we sent someone to live on the other side of town, but they weren't much better off.
Hmm.
How about anyone outside the town, or any other place? You probably have communications with other places.
No other towns have been affected that we know of. We've been trying to sound out exactly what the radius of this phenomenon is, but when it only affects you at night, it's slow going. We're pretty sure it's centered near dead on in the middle of the city, though. Sorry, yes. I sent apprentices to the north, south, east, and west at concentric distances, and no changes based on the direction you go from town, just the distance.
Savin, good question. The middle of the city would be like the lake bit, wouldn't it?
Yep, if you pop back on over. Pretty much dead center of town is indeed Lake Erin.
Hmm. Are there any records of facilities under the lake?
She shakes her head. No, the town was built by catfolk pretty much from scratch. There was a human fishing village here ages and ages ago, but it was up on the high ground, a hill fort, nothing in the lake.
Do any of the boats coming in ever sink?
That happens from time to time, but it's pretty rare. Nothing recent.
Hmm.
Unless it's an invisible boat.
I suppose that's pretty powerful magic, though.
It would certainly take some doing.
Seems like that'd be a bit more of a hazard than it would be a benefit.
Yeah, if they crashed into the other boats.
Does anything change if people sleep inside a magic circle?
Not as such, no. We've had some success with an anti-magic field, though, but she looks around for a moment, then drops her voice a bit. When the poor girl came out of the field come morning, she said she slept all right, if dreamlessly, but she had a hemorrhage as soon as she stepped outside the field entirely. Bad one, too. Nearly lost her.
Hey, that's... Huh.
Yeah.
Awful.
We haven't had any more volunteers to see if it's a repeatable outcome, but I'm not sure I'd want to risk it anyway.
Mm. Unfortunately, I'm already in club post-hemorrhage myself, or I'd volunteer. Actually, heck, maybe that's why I don't get affected at all. Or it's a favor from on high, but...
Wait, run that by me again. You had a hem?
After I will indicate and open my mouth so she can see that it's just all blue in there.
Did you OD? Kreshia.
It was to fight an incredibly powerful being and put an end to the giant invasion, but yes.
I remember you saying that, but not the... Oh,
That's why I'm a
idiot.
divine caster now, not arcane. I hemorrhaged out really hard. If it hadn't been for a death ward, that would have been me gone then and there. But I did stop time, which was pretty awesome.
That does sound pretty awesome, but that also explains what happened to that poor apprentice. She says she hasn't dreamed at all since the incident. Been sleeping like a baby.
Hmm.
Halfway jealous.
I wouldn't be. I'm worried then that she might have lost some magical capability, or it's going to start fading like mine did.
Oh,
Could that
that's...
have just severed whatever attachment this nightmare had?
Pretty much. We've got a
Hmm.
scar somewhere in my brain.
Ow.
It hurt at the time, but, much more important things were afoot. Yeah, keep an eye on her. I didn't lose my magic all at once, but it was really only a few weeks and then it was gone.
Well, it's only been a week since that test, so I'll... Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep an eye on her, alright.
Yeah.
Poor girl. She was a bright student, too.
I mean, Xanatrea is always looking for others. I can still do magic. It's just, different place than usual.
Right. Poor Elizabeth. She will stand up, heft herself up with her staff. Unless you need me for something urgent, I'm gonna go talk to a poor student.
Yeah, no, do you know anything about the longshoremen? Have they ever moved anything for you guys?
She glances askance. No, I wouldn't know anything about that sort of thing.
Mm. Well, if you know of anyone who might, then if they could, I don't know, drop a tip by for us at the Barley Borough, that'd be great because they sort of absent at pretty much the exact same time these events started occurring.
Is that right?
Yep. And currently,
You
we're
didn't,
chasing our tails. And wag my tail pointedly.
you didn't have anyone go missing, say, about 3 weeks ago, did you?
Well, all of ours are accounted for.
Hmm.
Though ours is an informal sort of membership. We don't keep track of every apprentice, per se, just the staff and the ones who are beneficiaries.
Yeah. Any exchange students there? That's how I got into it back in the day.
Yeah, that's. How about anyone showing up 3 weeks prior? It's not disappearing. No.
Hmm. She taps her chin a moment. Well, there was that alchemist who came through. Offered to teach a day course on, she pauses to think again, having to concentrate for a long moment. She had some cute little rhyming title for it. I can't remember, but anyway, it was about alchemical explosives, the sort of things the dwarves use for mining. It's actually a
Ah,
pretty fun one too, but
that does sound like a fun course.
yeah, it was, but well, some of the students got to asking questions, and she knew a lot more than just explosives, turns out. What about less savory uses for alchemy? I'm not the sort of person I'd invite back, you know?
Ah, ah.
Suspicious.
It
Hmm.
is certainly a suspicious factor.
I
But then,
wouldn't
hey, I
call
was present at the, the big explode.
I wouldn't call poisons and transformation suspicious, just unsavory.
Mm. Well, I'm just looking for any name that might fit with the rogues gallery.
Name was Dr. Crane. Alice Crane, that was it.
Do I recognize the name or surname at all?
Yeah, with an 18, I think you can rack the old brainium, and given your connections, you know that she was a Pergothian and a former student of the Coven Stones, but got herself kicked out for trying to uh, find new and exciting ways to tamper with cocainium and
Ah,
enhance its powers and properties, which the Coven Stones were not particularly happy about.
of course. The crack fox. I should have known.
That's where I recognize her from, the crackpot, of course. Well, she doesn't have a warrant out in this part of the country, so fair dues, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyway, as far as I know, she had a hotel room booked somewhere down near the lake, but I haven't seen hide or hair of her since that one day.
She's not responsible. It's entirely possible that her criminal element would be interested in picking her up. But obvious talents.
That makes sense, yeah. I don't like it,
Or
but it
that she
makes
knows
sense.
I mean, I have no personal problems with it. Goodness knows I've experimented back in the day.
I know you have. It's a few pretty fun nights, as I recall.
I wish I could recall all of them. Missing like a gap of like 3 nights.
She grins wickedly and rests a hand on her gravid tummy again. Well, I suppose more enjoyment for me. I'll treasure those nights for the both of us.
Ah, shucks. Well, thank
Besides,
you. It's been illuminating. And yeah,
she will lean up and whisper, not all of us get to think we lost our V card twice.
huh?
She will give you a slap on the ass and ease herself back down.
Krishia's just gonna fan herself and turn around. Any questions that you guys have?
Did you also bone everybody in town in addition to knowing everybody in town?
Teenage me got up to a lot of stuff, but no.
The people here
Cool.
are affected by the sleeplessness. They haven't shown any signs of transformations of any sort of, right? It's just sleeplessness.
No, thankfully nobody has had any sort of physical manifestations. Just the sleeplessness and all the symptoms that go with it.
I'm just gonna idly tap my fingers against the wall here, trying to think. Can't say I have any good theory about it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Half the brightest minds in Aruna all gathered in one place, but we're all too sleep-addled to do anything with it.
I mean, I've got ideas, but there's just too many loose threads at this point.
Yeah. We're gonna go see if we can't cut a few of those loose ends off. We can take a trip down to some people and places.
If not, cut them off, bind them together to actually make us a viable rope theory about what this is all going on.
What a wonderful analogy, my dear Watson.
Do let me know if there's anything we can do to help. We might not be at our
Sure.
best, but we are still the best wizards in the country.
Well, you make sure to get
That's
yourself
the
some
spirit.
sunbathing in.
Right now, I'm just worried about getting some shut-eye. I don't think staying up this long is good for these little ones.
Has day sleeping been any easier, or is it just as rough?
Oh, believe me, that's the first thing we tried, but it's just as bad.
Hmm.
Oh,
Sleeping of all kinds.
Even the elves? I take it they don't. Well, yeah, no. Caeda has been having a hard time. I was gonna say that one's a weird one because they don't sleep terrestrially. They all do that drowsy thing.
Yeah, a little bit of drowsy meditation and all that.
Yeah, that's puzzling, but it puts you in a similar state to dreaming. That sort of disconnected from reality.
Hmm.
I guess knowing it affects them too is also says something about what kind of effect it is.
That's a good point. It might not be the dreams themselves. Those could just be a symptom. It might have to do with your
This
mental state.
the state of sleeping, and probably will do hand or finger quotes.
Let's go less state of sleeping, state of rest. That seems to be more an apt description for it.
That's the word.
How are the bards holding up?
No better. Anyone who casts spells seems to be hit. The couple of rangers and druids we've talked to, they seem to be doing a bit better, but not substantially.
Hmm.
One of them said, what was it? The spirits are fighting for us.
Oh, they probably have guardians in their sleep.
Quite possibly.
Strange, strange, strange.
Sitting around talking about it ain't gonna do anything for it. Let's go ahead and see if we can't nip it in the bud.
Yeah, stay safe.
You all too. If you find anything magic, go ahead and bring it back here. We'll have those of us who can still think straight take a look.
Sounds good.
Sergeant will say that he will return to the borough so that he doesn't accidentally tip off these folk as you approach their safe house. He will give you detailed directions on how to get there. Rena, however, will volunteer to join you.
Alrighty.
Are there any preparations the party wants to take before they walk up to this, what appears to be a warehouse on the edge of the town?
Is there anything we can get consumable wise that could help us?
Good
Let me just take a
question.
look at your. Let me just take a look here at your uh, where is it at in this book here? What am I looking for? Like consumable shit.
I
Venturing
create
gear.
50 feet of rope.
There's nothing like little fire bombs or anything that we could pick up, is there?
Nope. If there were, they'd almost certainly be out of your price range.
Yeah, yeah.
Fire paper.
No, I think I'm good.
Alright. Oop. I've just remembered I do not have dynamic lighting on this, and I reckon I ought to, so give me just one moment. Glad you guys spread out as much as humanly possible here.
Spread 'em.
Bread.
Alright. While the walking around town, it's probably getting close on to sunset by the time you arrive at the warehouse itself. There are a number of other warehouses and old domiciles nearby, including a whorehouse that seems to be doing quite brisk business with some of the fishermen. And it smells exactly as you would expect a brothel full of fishermen to smell like.
Is
Arena.
the brothel called Fishy Business?
Fishy.
Yes.
Ah,
Arena insists on giving it a wide berth.
Yeah, definitely give that place a wide berth.
Oh no, they're probably used to wide baths around there.
Yeah, I was gonna make that joke.
Mm-hmm.
The warehouse, as far as you can tell, has no windows and a single, quite large double door, which I've put you in front of. Big enough for a wagon to roll straight through with plenty of room on either side.
Does it look like there's any way to the roof of it?
Not intentionally, but there are some boxes piled up outside and a cart that's been left sitting around, either of which could be used to give you a edge up.
Yeah, I'll try and sneakily make my way onto the roof. See, there's not some other entrance up there, as opposed to just the big double door here.
Sure.
So let me just go ahead and roll that stealthing up there. I'm not very stealthy at it, though.
Alas, no. As you are clambering up, did you want to use the cart or the boxes to scarper up?
Let's see. Where's the entrance to the fishy stuff here? Is it like this place here or over
Yeah, it's
here?
like the entrance over here. There's a back
And
door on this road here.
okay,
But surely the back door does fantastic business.
Oh yeah,
And-
there's a lot of embarrassed-looking younger fishermen coming out of that door.
and what about over here? Is this just like another warehouse building,
Yep,
or?
another warehouse.
I think I'll use the cart then, since that's a little bit less conspicuous than just being right by the boxes near an entrance to the warehouse.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So as you clamber up, you get your fingers up onto one of the roof tiles, and you hear that sound you really never hope to hear when you're climbing up onto a roof. A tile shattering under its own ill-kept
Be a
weight.
bird squawking. Oh fuck.
Shit.
It breaks and you go tumbling backwards. Give me an acrobatics check, please.
Okay.
All right. Luckily, you land on your feet and don't hurt yourselves, but the tile clatters to the ground and shatters into many hundreds of tiny shards. Irina grimaces.
Hey, that did not work out as I hoped. I'm just gonna make my way back over to here. Okay, that was not ideal. I will admit that.
No, I reckon it wasn't. Think anyone inside heard?
Do you think any of them happen to full time have cottonware stuff in there? Is
I could just think it was a bottle breaking from drinking over by the whorehouse.
A girl can hope, she
Does it
says
look like
as
the
the door is pulled open directly in front of you.
uh
Give me 1 sec to adjust some positions here.
we're here selling thin mints.
Free samples.
Free? Well, okay, yeah. Free sample as long as you buy a box right after. So they can't.
Uh-oh.
The door rolls
It's
open,
free.
and a man wearing a similar black robe to those who accosted you in the night peeks his head out, looks at the party of armed adventurers, and puts a hand on his truncheon. What
Blast
do?
him.
All right, it's that time,
Um,
everybody.
we're just visiting the whorehouse here.
I don't think a blast leaves a lot of
I mean, I'm
room
gonna be
for.
saying, yeah, I'm gonna be saying that at the same time. She just blasts.
What are you talking about, Savin? You obviously blast stuff at the whole house.
All right, roll it, everybody. Let me grab some initiative bros here, in fact.
Oh, cool. I rolled the exact same number, but this time I was clicked into the token.
Excellent. It's always convenient. Ooh, we're ready to go fast. Okay, we all on?
I think so.
Yeah,
All
so-
right. Let's see. Arena is going to go 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then charge this dude. It's her standard action. She'll attack on a +1 to this. Woo. That will miss, unfortunately, and then
Damn.
1, 2, 3. He's gonna deftly scarp her into cover.
Good plan. I really didn't want to see her just like get gagged again. Oh, also her health is still down from before.
It is, because she didn't have any healing surges left.
Oh, you said I could have given her a potion.
No, that's fine. She's missing like 5. It's fine.
Okay.
Besides, a potion would
Yeah.
also just restore healing surge. Let her spend a healing surge she doesn't have.
No, as the potion is if you don't have a healing surge, you instead gain some X number of hit points. It's not many, but it's some. Oh, okay.
Ugh.
All right, Caeda.
Okay. Bounce around.
Bounce around. Bounce
Okay.
around.
And I'm gonna whip out. Yeah, I'm gonna blast her. Him, them.
The goons are dudes, the blades are ladies.
Okay.
Well, that is certainly a hit for a bajillion damage. Jesus Christ! How did that? You have a
That-
D20 for your damage roll.
How is that done?
That's a spicy damage roll.
That's
Oh,
you
damage
just
roll,
rolled your
that's
attack
the
roll.
attack roll. Yeah.
Oh,
There we go. 10.
Well,
Uh-huh.
Blat
good shit.
he is thoroughly assassinated.
Good shit. Minimum damage.
See, that would be amazing in fucking 5e.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, I saw a 10 damage Eldritch Blast and was like, sweet. Oh, that's as low as it gets.
Yeah, it's a
Still
striker.
pretty
It's still sweet.
amazing in 4e at level 1.
So the penalty.
Go ahead.
So the penalty for long range is what, -4?
I believe so. Yes.
It's -2 in 4e.
Okay, -2. Right. Yes, it's -2 per increment.
Right. So if it's in that second increment, like a dagger has like 5, 10. So this would be -4 then, right?
That would just be -2 because you're because you're
You're in
inside the
10.
second increment.
If it would be 15,
okay.
it would be 4, and I don't think you can go past 15.
All right. Perfect then. I'm going to use this power here. Shift 2 yards, get to here, and I'll be hucking a dagger, and if it hits, it'll knock the guy prone.
Okay. Be highly advantageous for you. Oh, yep, that'll do it.
Nice.
All right. Oh, I forgot to roll damage since that's basically a basic attack. But 1d4 plus 7, 11 damage.
Oof.
Nice.
And he's prone.
He
It was
sure
a heckin'
is.
good throw.
You just barely see a quite hulking cat folk with a brace of swords on his hips starting to stand up from a table with some cards when you throw a dagger right at him and he gets unbalanced and knocked on his ass.
I'm just
Oh,
grab
he
another
kicked
dagger.
up all of those cards and spoiled their hand, and the one who was losing was like, fuck yeah, I mean, oh no, intruders.
I'll grab another dagger from my belt, and that'll be my turn.
Polly.
How tall are these boxes here?
4 or 5 feet tall. You can definitely see the guy, but he would have cover.
Okay. In that case, I will just come up here and zap the minion just above Lorenz there.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
That'll do it. He is killed.
And do we do 4E movement or 5E movement?
4 movement.
Okay. In that case, can I retroactively have moved here instead?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, the mage. He is, let's see. You know what? He can see 2 of you. That's enough for him. He is going to throw a withering bolt at Caeda and Poly. So, boop, boop. I think he missed both of you.
He's too far away from me anyway.
Well, that's true. He is, in fact, just out of reach. All right. So he just straight misses Caeda. And he is going to 1, 2, 3. He is going to go get out of line of sight. Joe.
All right. See, that is my movement, and then a charge is only half movement now, huh?
Correct.
Yeah.
How dare you nerf the incredibly overpowered charge feature.
Mm,
But honestly, like in a lot of cases, fucking charge is just good for getting those
Yeah,
extra
for
couple of
movement.
squares you couldn't quite squeeze out.
It is most of what charge is useful for, yeah.
And then the other times it's used is purely for abuse.
I mean, yeah, the abuse of charge should just be able to get like 2 free movements and an attack
An attack with bonuses.
with
Yeah.
bonuses. Yeah.
A
This
move and a
guy-
half for a bonus attack is a good trade up for what is
Yeah.
effectively otherwise casting a spell.
Yeah.
then I guess I'll double move in
Okay.
onto Lorenz here.
What ho! A human! Well, let me fight you up on my feet then. He will spend his move action kipping up. Flips up. And you are also aware that you are now in a defender aura. Ara.
Awesome.
It's defender
Two dudes in
time.
each other's auras just hanging out. Don't need
Yeah.
to judge.
Just hanging out. All right.
Dudes feeling
So,
each other's auras.
let's see. Yeah. He is going to give you the short sword. Shink. And then the sword breaker. Shink.
Oh, I just realized I should have done more damage to him. I would have had combat advantage and sneak attack. My bad. Oh well.
Well, go ahead and roll it. It's like the second fight with these characters.
Yeah. Let me see here. Just 2d6 then.
And before 12 for just duty. Hi, average.
Solidly average.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. I'll try and keep on in the future. I just realized I had the feature for the first acting thing.
Makes sense. Alright. So I'm guessing both of those miss.
Yes.
Unfortunate for him. Alright, Kreshia.
Alrighty. I need to move up the whole 6 in order to get some spells all up into here. Alright, I'm gonna drop a storm in the middle of the spellcaster and the minion closest to Joe.
Spellcaster?
Not spellcaster, the lady, blade lady,
Okay.
the assassin.
So, these two.
Yep.
Alright. Which one you're rolling on first? The blade?
Yeah.
Alright.
I think I hit both.
Well, print the card and we'll see. Because that does depend on which defense it targets.
Warding storm is...
Just click it because that'll roll the damage too.
reflex. Yeah.
Alright, that will miss the goon and the blade will be hit by it. So she will take 8 storm damage.
Mm-hmm. And they'll take more if they fuck around.
Well, she's kind of obligated to try.
Yeah. To find out.
Alright. Goon. Goon time, goon time. 1, 2. Let's see, does this guy want to just put himself into Joe's aura? That seems ill-advised. 2, 3, 4, 5. He will come over. Nah, yeah, he'll come over here and just huck an axe at. Let's do Caeda. So he'll have a -2 on this for long range. Huh, didn't matter. All right, the one next to Joe will just go ahead and try and bonk Joe.
How tanky is Caeda compared to me?
I'm fairly tanky because of my insubstantial thing.
Yeah. Like, I'm
2,
13 AC.
Blank
when he
established.
picked you instead of me, I was so stunned.
He didn't really have an angle on you without you having cover as well, because you got like the door in the way.
Oh, true.
All right. So the blade is going to try and fuck Joe's day up. All right, that's a 22 to hit.
Kinda like-
And she recharges. And then she takes
Alright.
how much damage, Kreshia?
He takes a whole whopping 1.
Fair enough.
Fucking the fact that its intelligence modifier is so punishing. Ow.
All right. Joe gets the big stabberino. This lady, 1, 2. Let's see. She's gonna move here. All right. We'll do 3. She can do 3. Scarp over these boxes. Kreshia, you will have cover against this. Nope. It's a miss. And she will attempt to hide in the boxes. Does anyone have a passive perception of 17 or higher?
No.
No.
All right, then she is hidden. Oop.
-16.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Arena will hut 2, 3 in here. And let's go ahead and heal Joe. Fortune's favor. So, Joe, you can spend a healing surge and you get combat focus on your next attack roll. And for her main action, I guess let's try and pick off a minion. Oh, she does. Pulls a dagger off her belt. Underhand throws it straight into this dude's throat.
You say whenever anyone is like, I underhand throw a thing, all I can think of is like the granny toss, like the gentle like, ha!
Yeah,
up at them.
she does, and then it goes directly down his mouth hole and out his throat. It's actually quite
Ah.
horrifying. No.
It's
Caeda.
grim marksmanship.
Okay. 1 second.
Don't forget to mark off one of your healing surge's pets.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to run on in. And was this lady now hidden from me? The one.
The one who's hidden is on the GM layer.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so I'm going to Spirit Flay.
All right.
So, try.
Throw 2 implement clicks, one on the blade, one on Lawrence. Will miss. Uh-oh. Deeply unfortunate.
That is. Oopsie doodle. And I now lose my insubstantial.
All right. Caeda goes in, whirling the scourge about, but can't land a blow. Anette.
Okay. I'm going to first move up to here.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there's not a good place for me to charge in yet, where I can get combat advantage. So we're gonna use an encounter power here on Lauren's.
Cool.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we're gonna do a torturous strike. Hopefully, I will huck a dagger. As 19 versus his AC.
That will hit.
All right. Oh, that did not roll the damage. My bad. There you go. 11 damage. He is dazed until the end of my next turn.
All right. Nice. Looks like he's
And
almost bloodied.
I will grab another dagger from my belt.
Those daggers doing work.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I've got 8 more of these things in my belt.
All right, Polly.
I come up here and take cover behind the boxes, and I blast the gentleman.
All
Actually,
right.
the gentlewoman.
Okay, makes sense.
For a boop on a whoop.
Right. The end of your next turn now. Nice.
Almost minimum damage, but
Hey,
Caeda and Joe have
it's
free
free.
resist to all damage.
That's pretty handy. Speaking of needing damage resistances,
And I get 3 temp HP.
you do. All right, so this is close blast 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that gonna do it for you, Tommy? No. Are you gonna be a hero and go into melee? I don't think so. All right then. So it'll just be these 3 who are in the zone. So close blast does not recharge. That's unfortunate for him.
Couldn't he have stepped and be here?
He could. He doesn't really want to be on the boxes though, because if he's
Okay.
behind the boxes, he has cover.
Fair enough.
At least from Kreshia. All right, so this will be against Joe, Caeda, and Anette in order. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh,
Miss.
Spicy.
Beef.
Yeah. 18 will hit me. That's 13 psychic. This is a spell attack, right?
This is a spell attack. Enjoy your inspiration.
I don't think I actually get it because this is not failing a save.
No, I when I drew the card, because I just imported this from
5e.
yeah, 5e. So I just changed it to when you're hit by a spell attack.
Okay.
So a 17 misses your will, Joe? Holy shit.
Jesus.
Oh,
you have a
Will.
high
Will, you said.
Yeah, Will. This is against Will.
Will is 12. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm sure. Surely that was your weakness, your will.
All
Yeah,
right.
by 1, but
And Caeda gets hit by a 24.
Whew.
I'm assuming, then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The end of the caster's next
13
turn.
psychic
Oof.
damage to you, and you guys are pushed 3. Let's see. Since Joe can't really be pushed because there's just the boxes there. Bonk. Caeda, however, gets pushed 1. Anette. Yeah, you're not getting pushed really.
Am I not? I could be pushed.
I got
I'd be
you.
pushed back, wouldn't I? Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
that's
you
sort
could
of
be
the
out of
angle,
the ring,
yeah.
1,
yeah.
2, 3. Yeah, all right. Yeah, fair enough.
I don't got you.
All right. And yeah, the guys are blinded as well. Is a gnarly one. All right, Joe, you're going to take your 5 ongoing damage, which is reduced to 2 because of the shield spell that went up on you.
Oh, hey, did you guys score on your cards?
I mean, I scored in mine, and did Caeda
What
had the
was
same one,
mine
so
again?
yeah.
Mhm.
You
Joe
have the
has the
warrior.
warrior card, but Caeda also has a
Yeah.
star card.
Mhm.
Inspiration.
Inspiration.
Yeah, so 2 ongoing
What
damage
was
to
the
Joe.
qualifier for warrior again?
You need to land the killing blow on Lawrence. Or any
Gotcha.
other
Also,
enemy who's higher level than you.
Which might be
Just-
that Assassino.
just
No.
to make sure, did you, Joe and Caeda, did you guys take 10 damage?
I took the full amount because I wasn't in where you got the
Oh,
plus 3.
you
10.
took the full amount, but they should have taken 3 less.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
those two have their shields
Just wanted
on.
to make sure.
Which also, again, reduces the damage at the start of Joe's turn from the poison. Down to 2.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. That's 6 less damage than I would have taken, so that's good.
Yeah, that is extremely good.
Mucho.
And now, Joe, you are blind as shit. You are flanked. You are poisoned. What do, Hero Man? Pets?
I'm thinking here.
All right, fair enough.
But yeah, I don't have much really, but okay, I'm gonna. So, what's the penalty on blind? Is it also -2 or?
Let's
more?
see.
I think
Blind
blind's
is
-5,
you have
isn't it?
a. Let's see. Total concealment. So yeah, it's a -5 effectively.
All right, so -5 but +2.
So you have a total of -3.
Yep. Could be worse.
All right, who you swinging at?
Yeah. Could be a lot worse.
I guess Lorenz, because
Fair enough. Yeah, he does have the defender aura up.
all right. No, that's not gonna do it.
Swing and a miss.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then saves.
Yep, save against the ongoing damage. The blindness just ends at the end of his turn.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. I gotta think.
Ho-ho! All right. You save out of the ongoing damage with a heroic force will.
Nice.
Good stuff. Lawrence's turn now. He is dazed, which sucks for him.
Does it suck as much as being blind?
Pretty much, he only gets one action.
He does. I'm thinking, do I want to blow his action point here? I'm
Oh, and
thinking...
for
Hmm?
in the case for Joe, he cannot be flanking them as he's dazed.
Yep.
I believe that's dazed. Or am I looking at blind? I may
Let's
be one
see.
of the two.
Dazed, you can't flank an enemy. Correct.
Yeah.
All right. I think Lawrence is going to go ahead and spend his action point to use a minor action in addition to his standard. So, come on then, all of you. Let's have at it. And everyone within 5 is marked by Lawrence. So Joe, Caeda, Irina, and Polly are going to be marked. And unfortunately, I think he is just shy of having been bloodied before he got to use that. Oh boy! All right, and then as his major action, since he's figuring he's about to get flanked anyway, he's going to go for a hard bargain on Joe. Whoa!
Oh dear.
All right. So you're going to take 11 damage, Joe, but he grants combat advantage.
Oh.
He makes a deep swing that leaves himself open.
That's some bait if I've ever heard it.
Oh, do I still have the shield up?
Yes.
Oh.
I believe you do.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. Kreshia.
Alrighty. Let's see here. Alright, I'm gonna hit everybody.
Define everybody, if you would.
Enemies. All the enemies.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna use my fucking daily.
Oh, dropping the big
wait,
hammer.
is this one each creature?
I know one of your powers is.
Yeah, one of them's
Yeah,
each creature and one of them is each enemy.
creature, yeah.
Okay, no, I can't use my daily. I'll kill Joe and Caeda.
Yeah, you probably would just knock him down or kill him.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Forceful denunciation isn't quite as fun.
You could just risk not hitting him. Well, actually,
No, I'll
you
drop
would-
Joe
yeah,
if I hit him.
Yeah, and you have better odds to hit him right now because he's blinded.
Yeah, I'll end up tearing him a new one. And not, it wouldn't just be him; it would also be Caeda. It's a 5. So
It's a big
Yeah.
blast.
Yeah.
it's a big boom. Fuck. All right, how many feet was that? Sorry. 4, 5. So I can get up to here and catch these guys in the blast 3.
Okay.
Okay. And forceful denunciation. Fuck. Yay. Yay?
All right, you
So
missed the minion, but the
miniony
other
boy,
two...
I miss. Yeah. And they both get forcefully denounced.
Well, that's a lot of
Again, it's another
damage.
ability with intelligence mod on it, which is a bit of a bummer.
All right, you
Such a
knock
bit.
out the blade just before she gets to drop Joe. That's highly fortunate for you. And let's see, you are targeting 3, so that will do an extra 3 damage to this dude. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't really be pushed. There's just boxes in the way, but...
I push people 0 anyway.
Oh, yeah, I mean, fair enough. All right. Well, you dropped an enemy who was about to kill Joe, so that's good.
Yep.
All right. Speaking of which, this guy is... Actually, he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5'6". He's gonna come and stand up on these boxes and try and bean you.
Ah! What?
All right, and Caeda, got some bad news for you. Does an 18 hit you, Caeda? Actually, it's a 20. No, just an 18.
Yeah. None of my saves are anywhere near that.
All right, you're gonna take 12 damage and ongoing 5 necrotic from a dastardly poison.
I'm pretty much down then.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem for you.
It's 3 less. Do you still have
Is it
the-
3 less? Is
Yeah,
it
you
3
still
less
have-
for both then?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll save you against the
Oh,
necrotic
Well,
that
as
you
well.
will.
don't take the necrotic until your turn. But since you go before me, that will still also be reduced by 3.
Hooray!
Yeah, it gives you just enough to do a second win to get some HP back.
Let's see. Arena's gonna look at Polly. Which one are you planning on healing? You've got the bigger juice than me.
I got Joe.
Right. She's gonna throw her second Fortune's Favor on Caeda then. She is out of heals. And go. Yeah, she'll just come up here. Actually, no, wait. No, she's gonna go after Lawrence. Yeah. Gonna come charging at him with the battle axe, but at the last moment, she's going to whirl to the side and bring out a dagger in her offhand and try and ooh, she got him. Sneak attack.
Got him.
Oh god. That's a big hit.
Ow.
Right in the thigh.
Nice.
Sees a gloaming cut. Caeda. Remember, you are marked by Lawrence at the moment. And also blinded and taking ongoing effectively 2 now.
Wait,
I think
is the blind still going on?
Yeah, the blind's going on until this guy's
till
turn.
Lorenz's next turn.
No, not Lorenz.
Oh,
This
no,
guy.
yeah,
This
it's
guy's
that
the one that
guy.
casted
Yeah.
it.
You're right.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Wow, he went right before me. Got it.
Perfect position for him to do it, really.
I think I'm gonna follow in Ariel's suggestion and second wind because, ow.
Did you take the healing surge from the previous? Is that how much health you've got after the arena healed you?
What of the heal? Sorry.
Yeah, you
She
just
gave
got a
you
healing surge spent.
surge.
Oh right, sorry.
I marked off the surge because I thought you'd done the healing. So just give yourself a surge value. And then yeah. You do take your
Okay.
ongoing 2 damage as well to start.
Okay.
And yeah, second win, and then you can make a saving throw. Passed. No more poison for you.
Nice.
Alright, good job. Anette, you're blind.
Okay. Yeah. She's going to carefully move to about where she was and then try and huck a dagger to where she knew Lorenz was.
Okay. If you miss, this could be bad for Arena.
I mean, that requires me missing.
Or for Joe.
Or
That's
like
true.
getting a crit fail. But he is dazed and granted combat advantage, so that's only a -3 to hit him.
Yep.
And since he is granted combat advantage, I'll tack on sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because I still get that, even if
Yep.
I'm blind. I miss him.
Alright. So there is an arena directly between you and him. So I will ask you to re-roll the
Yeah, but-
attack. You're
Yeah, but it's
blind
not
and you're
like a crit
making a
fail,
direct.
though.
You're
He
blind.
did say beforehand.
You're literally blind.
But I thought like that's gonna be like if you roll like on a crit fail.
I
that'd be,
literally
like,
said
hitting
if
ally.
you miss.
Okay. But I don't have combat advantage on her, so no sneak
Correct.
attack.
So you do hit. You do just like wing her for
Oh,
6.
am I able to help you? 1 second. You or an ally fails an ability check or a miss with an attack roll. I could give you a d4.
Okay. A D4 might get a success. Right?
Miss with an attack roll. Yep. Go ahead and roll it.
How
Oh,
about
okay.
17 to hit him?
That will bring it up
Ah.
to a success thanks to the combat advantage.
Alright.
So you do not stab Arena and instead shank this dude for 16 damage. Ow.
I think you mean 18.
18.
18. Okay. Ow.
I'll grab another dagger from my belt.
All right, he is barely standing. Polly.
And I take offense to that.
I took that personally.
Polly will first wiggle her fingers up to some natural magic to direct towards Joe for a surge and 3 extra healing. And then she will whistle with both her fingers and shout, "Go for his legs, legs." Move up here and summon legs directly to the side of Lorenz here.
All right, you should be able to just drag her right out.
You should summon legs here for combat advantage.
He's already granting combat advantage.
Oh, you're right. Oh, he's no longer dazed as well, by the way. End of my turn means that he's no longer dazed.
Okay.
But he's still getting combat advantage from his own attack.
Yeah. And since I can't give her any actions, her instinctive effect still means she attacks an adjacent enemy.
Gnarly. All right.
Schwamp.
That will miss.
Oh.
All right.
Can I
Mage.
use my inspiration on my Cobra's attack?
Yes. It is a attack roll you are making.
Damn it.
Unfortunate. The mage. There are a wealth of targets here. All right, let's see. Who's hurt the most? I guess he's going to target Anette, Arena, and Joe in that order. Boop, boop, boop. This will be against a reflex.
Does he
hit?
get any
All
bonus
Yeah,
from
that
me
hits.
being blind?
right.
If he does, then it hits. If he doesn't, then it doesn't.
I believe if you're blind, you're granting combat advantage, yes.
Unfortunate.
Also, sadly, the damage resistance is gone.
Because the blindness
Goopers.
goes away at the end of his turn rather than the start of his turn, isn't it?
Yep.
Well. Oh well.
All right. So that is a hit on everyone, and you will do a mere 5 damage, but he will also weaken you, save ends. Sam.
Okay.
That means does half damage.
Yep.
Yep, means we do half damage.
All right. 1,
Ugh.
2, 3, 4. He's going to be fiddling with a lock on this door. Fuck, 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 fuck. Joe.
And we are no longer blind.
Correct.
Wreck.
Pets, I need you to roll like 4
Okay.
damage for me, okay?
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
Come on,
go
it
and-
has to be you. You get the bonus if you do.
You do. You do
Yeah.
get the inspiration.
Yeah. Well, now's a good time. I have 2 allies. I have 2 allies on him.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't actually roll my. I thought I
You-
had
you
an
just-
attack on.
You just need to hit. Just need to hit now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yay!
You hit!
Yay.
Well, you don't even need to hit because you have half damage, even if you miss.
Oh
Yep,
yeah.
that's true.
Oh yeah, never mind.
It's still way more heroic if you hit.
Oh yeah,
This is true.
totally.
You
Then he whiffs, trips it, hits his head on the table, and dies. And you're like, it counts.
Yeah, you pull your blade around and
Right.
whack! His head is sent flying.
23 halved.
It's good enough.
I used my daily on that, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was worth it for the safety of getting that inspiration, yeah. So go ahead and give yourself that.
Mhm.
Thorns does not get to shank you at least 2 times with a pair of swords. Kreshia.
It me. I'm gonna let this goon swing at me so I can stop this lad from escaping.
Alright, so you're just moving?
Yep. Go on,
Alright.
take a swing at me, dude. I'm hit. How much?
4 damage.
Yeah. Alright.
Chop.
Oh, whoa. And let's see here.
Shocked you're moving into melee, but we'll see how this goes.
Oh yeah,
that's
you're
doing
right. My
damage
attacks
to
are
Marina.
all classed as ranged. Sorry. 5 instead of 6, which I think is there. Denunciated. I don't really want to use a daily on one running away dude. Hmm. Well, hopefully between all of us we can stop him from acting. I'm gonna give him the Avenging Light, just a nice little blast. Versus Fortitude. Oh, it's a... I'm
nope.
gonna use my inspo.
Fair enough.
12 fort?
Uh,
That might still hit, honestly.
no.
Fuck, his lowest is still higher than my lowest.
Yeah, his lowest is in fact his AC.
Oh.
Hmm.
Bummer. I don't have anything that targets AC. I suppose unless I sling rock.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Alright, Goon is gonna try and punch Anette to death, I guess.
Bugger.
Bop. Nope.
No.
And then the blade is going to try and shank Caeda. Swift blade. Uh-oh.
She drops it.
Let's find out. Would you like an envenomed short sword?
Sounds real strong.
Yeah, that would be something I would like, please.
Alright. She will hiss and then use her move action to shift a space back. Then I will open every character sheet except hers. She just jumps into one of the barrels. You can all just see her like wiggling her feet out of it.
The
She
fun thing-
expected it to be empty, but it's not. It's like
Yeah, it's
packed
full
up
of
to the
packed
top.
fish.
Ah, fish, the classic.
My favorite part of that is she actually didn't even need to shift because she's still in my range.
Alright. Arena is going to run up and give this guy the axe. Choppy. That'll hit. 3 damage. Womp. Big one. Caeda.
Okay. So is Annette prone then?
No. I'm weakened.
Oh, okay. you want to help up there?
You can either kill this mouse so I can go after the mage over there, or you can go after the blade sticking out to the barrel there.
I'm gonna be a vindictive little asshole and go after this barrel fish.
The barrel
Okay.
shudders under the impact, and several trout flop out.
Wasting fish.
And then I'm going to yeah, just stay where I am.
All right, Annette.
Okay. First and foremost, short sword, basic attack against the minion here.
Makes sense. That'll
Does a
miss.
10 hit him? Okay. I kind of... I'm really debating using inspiration to get rid of this minion and go after the mage. I think I'm gonna be... Nah. I think that's all I'm gonna do here. I think Polly will probably at least heal me or do something for that. So I will roll for save against my weakenness.
Okay. No longer weekend.
First attack got really missed. Oh well.
Polly.
I think Kreshia and Arena have got that wizard cornered, so I am indeed going
You'd be
to...
wrong. He's about to escape.
I'm
Okay,
on
then
it.
in that case, I am...
His turn is next.
I am...
Yeah.
Apologies, Annette, but going to move leg over to the boy. I am going to zap the boy next to Annette with a zap.
Nope.
Or not. Unfortunate. Oh, I will. Is burning actions still a thing in this? Like, do they still, like, drain down? Like, can I burn a move into a minor?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I will burn my move into a minor and give Annette a heal for 3 additional hit points.
Cool. Let's see
Nice.
here. I get 7, so that makes it an even 10.
And at the end of my turn, Leg will go after the wizard's legs. He's nothing if not consistent. Wow, that's a nice set of rolls.
Well, at the very least, the odds of him escaping and taking oppies is pretty low now.
All right. This guy will pull open the lock on the door and let's see, that's his minor action. He'll use his move action to shift. Then he will use the rest of his move action to come over to this door. There is, you can see now, a trap door in the floor of this room, which he will be desperately trying to pull open. Fuck.
You could just
So-
surrender.
So he changed his standard to
Help
move
down there!
action
Help!
to get there.
He starts kicking at the
Yeah.
door.
Fuck.
Joe.
I've got him if you want to help the others.
I think they might need it. So yeah, I'm gonna step in and flank this guy.
Womp.
God, our rolls have just turned hot garbage.
Does a 12 hit him?
I'll look just for you.
Okay.
No.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
He is a soldier type minion too, so he has a really high AC. The atoms hate you at the moment. Kreshia.
Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, of course, as usual. Melee bad.
You're so used to Kreshia having a big spell sword.
Just spell swording at people. I see Kresh's token. I'm like, all right, melee. And if they escape, I can even drag them back and follow after them. It's great. People used to never be able to escape Kresha. Fucking, I rolled damage. Come on. Yeah, big hit though.
That is a hit for 6. Alright, he's almost down. Oh, I should see if he recharged his power. Oh, he did. Nice. He blasts you again.
I really hope he
If
doesn't
he
get a
gets a
turn to
chance
blast
to.
me.
Alright, Goon. Well, let's attack Joe now, because Defender auras are scary. Whack.
Meats.
It's all he needs. 4 damage. The blade will leap out of the fish barrel and try and shank
Surprise
Caeda.
no one.
Yeah, she will shift up. Yeah, unfortunately for her. Does a 16 hit you? Ben?
Sleepy bang.
Sorry.
Did a 16 hit you?
Yes, 16 will hit me.
Alright. He will take 4 damage, and the blade is going to shift 1, 2, 3 off into the shadows. Let's see if she can hide better now.
Can she shift 3? Oh,
Yeah.
yep, sorry. Yep, I can read.
Oh yeah. Back into the shadows.
Oh, she found an empty barrel this time.
Yeah, she remembered what she was packing in the inventory here. All right. Irina, come up and try and access due to question. No.
Come on, dice.
Caeda,
Really fucking straight boned here.
you guys are getting just annihilated by these atoms.
Okay, seeing as I can only see one, I'm gonna sweep my flail and hopefully hit this dickhead. Thank fuck.
All right, that'll do it. He is defeat. Whack.
Perfect.
My gosh, do a whack.
Anette.
All right. So I double checked to make sure this works, and it does, because this says to make a basic attack or shove. Doesn't say what type of basic attack. So I'm going to move and charge to here and huck a dagger at this guy.
Yep.
22 for 8.
Zoop. Right between the shoulders.
Nice job.
He crumples.
And I will grab another dagger out of my belt pouch. Always lucky 7. That's always the one that gets them.
Polly.
There's so many daggers over the floor. It's a hazard now.
There's only 4.
You weren't the only one using daggers, I think.
I do a heckin' look.
I mean, there's extra daggers. I need to get more belt pouches.
Doubt.
take it defensive, I guess.
That blade if she pops up.
Okay. Alas,
Snickers.
do not see. Mage's defeat. Joe.
Okay, well. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for the girl. The blade. Would that be an investigation at that point, or?
Either investigation or perception. I think you can make the
I'll
choice
go with
yourself.
perception. That's one higher.
Makes sense. All right.
But
Alas.
no.
Not even
I wasn't gonna hit
close.
on it unless I crit.
Kreshia.
But hey,
I'm
still gonna step in.
the most glorious of bluffs. I'm gonna do my impression of this guy's voice and go, "I caught my dick in my zipper," and then I'm gonna pull him out in a way because he was shouting for help. Just dunk him into the corner.
Okay. Sure. These guys are all dead. Blade.
I guess I could use my action to like move a box on top of this trapdoor and shove this guy out of the way.
Sure.
Cool.
The blade leaps out of the shadows and dive bombs Caeda. Oh god. Alright, a 15 versus which defense? Doesn't matter, actually. You hit.
Yay.
So is that another 13 damage on me then?
It was Will.
Alright. Who'd you like to give that bonus to?
Caeda.
Alright. Combat focus. And then, yeah, Caeda, you're going to take 13 damage and ongoing 5. Woof.
I'm in danger.
Yeah. Alright. And then, unfortunately, she's in melee. She can't really hide there, so she's going to stand there and take it. Arena will minor action ruffle Kresh's hair. And 1, 2.
Is the ongoing 5 going to kill you? Or down you?
Yes.
I will give the advantage to Joe.
You know, that makes sense, yes. No combat focus for you. Alright. Arena. Yep, throwing dagger. Oh, that was the wrong thing, but it does matter. Miss. Let's see if she can save out of that poison. Oh yeah, she's so healthy now. Caeda, good night, sweet princess.
You know, you're not very...
No.
Okay. So Savin, is the box like difficult terrain getting on it?
Yeah, the first step is difficult terrain. After that, you can walk over them normally.
Ah, damn. That's one square too much for me. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get to here, and you know, it's time for that old friend, Huck Dagger.
Does that have sneak attack on already?
I
Oh,
don't
you
get
don't
sneak
have.
attack.
Right, fair enough.
I don't have combat advantage, so
Fair enough. All right, it's a nasty, nasty hit, but she is still up. Polly. Suddenly, Caeda feel a lot better.
No, it's too late. I forgot.
All right. Well, also do roll your saving throw against that ongoing damage. Otherwise, you start equalizing things a
Okay.
little bit. Yeah, you're fine. All right. Polly.
Snickers will use her move. And I will give this lady another spook. Wait, give her a zap instead. Oh wait, I need to roll first. No.
Versus Fortitude. That actually hits.
Yay.
And she is defeat.
Systemage. Psst.
Last of your foes is felled. And would you like to
Round
use...
down
Do you have a healing thing to get Caeda up?
I do not.
All right, excellent.
But I do have a Wapow.
Okay, so she cannot possibly die. Good. All right.
Finally,
So,
roll above 10.
finally.
Or of 10.
All right, so you will stabilize her. Wake her up.
There.
You guys can take a short rest for the moment, as either whoever this guy was shouting at didn't hear, or Kreshia managed to bluff them. Snickers will do a vanish.
Right. Once we've taken a moment, we should go down that trap hole that the guy was blocking, or trying to get open, and that Kreshia there blocked.
The deafening silence as all of your commands are just heavy breathing. Oh, look at Polly having gone through this whole fight without taking a hit. Good job.
Yeah.
All right, and the rest of you.
I came out of this fight with more health than I entered it with.
The rest of you go ahead and burn your healing surges to get your HP back, and you can head downstairs.
Yeah. I use a B healing surge, puts me basically at full.
Goodbye, leg.
Were these people actually having like daggers or anything that they were using?
They
Or
have hand axes and short swords, and Lorenz had a sword breaker, which is basically a dagger that you can't throw.
That is no good for me. Just my 5 daggers I picked back up off the floor and cleaned.
Shink, shink, shink. Pets, you want to heal yourself?
Alright, all good. Reloaded and all.
Yes.
Do they have any of that poison to go? Like unapplied, or has it all been used up on their weapons?
It's pretty well been all used up.
Ok.
All right.
Don't forget to mark your surges off.
I tried.
Because at
Boy,
least some
howdy,
of
was
you
this-
might actually run out by the looks of things.
Mm-hmm.
Boy howdy, was it a lesson learned way early on to carry like 10 daggers like I do now.
Yeah, I might have to invest in more daggers myself, if anything, just because oh god,
Right.
I've flown to space. There I am.
Did
You
we
should.
search this place?
That's a question. Do you want to take the time to search the place, or do you want to
Well,
investigate whoever's down in
Um,
the trapdoor?
Can we
I think we should do
lock
trapdoor,
this?
yeah.
Let's lock this place up first,
Yeah.
though. We don't want people coming in after us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
close the doors, lock it up, and then
that
go
works for me.
down.
Okay.
Reclose the
Sure.
doors.
Run a lock through it.
Yeah,
So
they
it's
have
locked from the
a bar
inside.
they can slide across to
Yeah.
seal it up. All right. So the trapdoor has a padlock on it that you are able to pick through with no trouble whatsoever. It's really seems to be just there to keep like small animals from getting down. However, once you pull it open, you see that there is a rope tied to the door itself that drops precipitously down a shaft. And
How
from
deep does the
below,
shaft look?
it looks about 20 feet deep, and from below you can hear the distant sounds of metal clanging against metal.
That's not a great sound. Well, Joe, you feel like going first?
Yep.
Right?
See what's this way.
That I checked the dynamic lighting here. There we go. All right. So, as the party descends down, Joe, as you're in the lead, you're the first to pass out of the shaft, and notice below you there is a hexagonal chamber in which, at the center of which you see a bunch of sand packed down hard, on which a pair of men are fighting as if locked in battle. And you're a fighter. You recognize a training arena when you see it.
Oh,
You slide down the rope and yeah, you have descended directly down into a sparring ring. There are several hooded figures, including a couple of orcs or half orcs, up on a raised platform overlooking it. And standing in the midst of a runic pattern on the stone on a platform that juts out ever so slightly, you see a bunny girl with blue dyed hair and bright gold eyes. She is wearing a vest of fine embroidered leather with gold trim and has a curved sword at her side, a messer. She quirks a brow and her ears wiggle as you slip down. Oh, what have we here? You must be the ones who caught our friends upstairs in the zipper.
friend or foe?
Considering what I imagine you must have done to get down here, I reckon we're foes.
I think so.
Would
That's just something my
appear.
father always said.
A smart man, I'm sure. A shame he won't be seeing his son again. Well,
So just
boys
to
and
make sure,
girls, you've been training for this moment. I'll leave it to you. Impress me.
so character thing, just remember here. The black clothes are not the long tooth guys that we're looking for, right? They're
You
the people
don't
that
know.
were driven. Okay.
We don't think they're
You never bothered to
longshoremen.
interrogate the guy you
Sure.
captured, so.
Well, I was about to like ask like if these people are the longshoremen, but I guess we're going straight into combat.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are pulling their weapons and, like, leaping down at you. Alright, so let me grab some initiative bros off into the
Third
darkness.
15 initiative roll. Look at that.
They
That's
already tried assassinating a guard. Even if they are the longshoremen, they're grown a bit too big for their fucking britches now, haven't they?
Unfit their ammo, I suppose, yeah.
Only on initiative can I
Only on
mount.
initiative.
a new stat block. Brawler.
Goons! Brawlers!
Brawler.
Dive!
Ooh, the mage is fucking ready for you guys. You just murdered his brother. He ain't putting up with your shit. Let's see. Arena. Oh, honey. And Althor. All right.
Man, low initiative as a rogue feels bad.
Yep. All right, Polly.
What? Mages in the back. Well, I will try to get a little spread out. And I will blast on this guy here.
Okay.
Zap.
Solid hit. All right. The Shadow Mage. 3. Come down and let's blast Kreshia, Caeda, and Anette with this. Yeah.
How dare.
1, 2, 3. Oh, that's all hits.
Oh, yeah, he hits all of us.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
AC,
for
isn't
max
it?
damage.
Oh, God.
It's reflex, yeah, still hits, so 19. At least it's
Artillery,
not blinded.
artilleries. Yep. You're too close for that one. All right. The Brawlers. Just gonna leap in and charge Arena. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, yeah, perfect. So she is going to activate Whatcha? And versus Kreshia as well.
Nope.
Oh, does a 22 hit
Or I
you,
guess
Kreshia?
that one would have been. Yeah.
All right. You get hit for 4 damage. Pathetic.
I mean, it's consistent when I've already been pretty hard chonked.
The woman with the sword up on the platform will tisk her tongue. Put more force into it. Steady yourself. This one will come in and try and do the same thing to Anette and Caeda. Punch, punch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a double hit, so... Ooh, 11
yeah,
damage
20.
to Anette.
Ow!
And 9 damage to Caeda.
I hadn't even barely done anything. Why
I
are they
think
targeting me so
there's
much?
a very good chance we lose.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Alright. Joe, the hero, the man, the legend.
All right. Both sides are reasonably squished, so
Yep.
This side is squished harder here.
Touch.
is it though? Let's see.
Yes, look at our HP compared to that side.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, right. I don't actually have an attack roll attached to that.
Yep, you do have to use your weapon button separate. Solid hit.
Keep forgetting.
All right.
Sad
Alright,
damage,
yeah.
Who wants to
Yeah,
shift?
sad damage, but let's see. Yeah,
You probably want to free up her next, and she'll be desperate for TA on stuff.
exactly. And she's going next.
Yeah.
In fact, she could just
Okay.
go directly into CA.
Or the other way for.
I think I actually want to go this way.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
sense?
That way the blade doesn't just get immediately to... I mean, it's still going to be able to get to me there, but...
Yeah, you're still in pretty big trouble.
It's...
Actually, I wonder if it's worth
it's
it just to
fine,
get
actually. Hold
down here and take out this minion before he gets his turn. Just take another Amxal off the board.
Yeah, it's actually
I think
a good
that's
point.
probably it. Yeah.
I think I'm going to shift down here, yeah.
Makes sense? All right, Annette, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, let's start off with the short sword and try and stab this guy. He has not gone yet, so I do have combat advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So let me take on sneak attack.
I mean, he's a minion, but sure. I understand the big number fetish.
Has a 15 for hitting him. At 17, actually.
17 will do it.
Okay,
Th-
good. And then I'm going to use my inspiration to take another action in second wind.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, I got blasted by a spell. Hooray! Inspiration!
Hooray!
Oh!
Yeah, Arena looks at you like, I told you this was going to be bad.
Yes, that gets me 7 HP, and I believe it ups my defenses by 2.
Yep,
if
you get
it
a plus
stays the
2
same
bonus to
for
all your
2.
defenses.
Okay, that's good.
Get a little shield icon. Kreshia.
And then I need to roll a save versus my weakened.
Yep.
My turn
It's
is probably
gone.
going to look a lot the same. I'm going to drink my healing potion. Chuck.
Makes sense. That's just a minor.
So it's a minor in this case, so I don't think I have to inspire. And I will shift away from this dude. In fact, I do it in this direction, and since I'm weakened, I'm going to blast this minion here.
Yep. Look at you guys go.
Let's see here. I want to attack their fort, not their wrath. So that'll be Avenging Light. Oh, balls. I think I am going to use that inspiration, I guess. Unless anyone has a way to pull a reroll out of their pocket.
I don't believe I do.
I don't. My thing isn't a reaction.
Is this a minor
It's
action?
a minor action.
Oh,
Can you,
Yeah.
can I give
hey,
you...
Savin,
Mm-hmm.
could I forgot I had this, but since it's just my turn a moment ago, could I have a minor action done this once per encounter thing real quick to do beast shifting and get me my
Oh, yeah.
stuff
Yeah.
here?
Go for it.
Andy.
So does every generation happen at the start of my turn or at the end of my turn?
I believe
So
regen
when's
happens at the
regeneration
start of your
happen?
turn.
Yep.
Okay, so I won't get it there, but I'll get it next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I wonder if that should actually be minor and not a free.
It says minor in the book.
Well, yeah, of course, it says
Yeah,
it in the book,
Yeah,
but I wonder if a free might be better, because otherwise that's... I don't know. Hardcore.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime,
Yeah, I missed my attack, but
Um,
No,
I was
yeah.
just going to say, am I able to give you my inspiration? Because I don't know if I'll survive to next turn, and I'd rather you be able to do something.
I won't say no.
go for it.
Have my inspiration.
Fuck me. 11 fort?
No.
Guidance.
I mean, okay.
Fucking 12 thought.
No?
Come on, what is these goons' defense? I
They're
thought thought was their
soldiers
garbage.
they're defensy.
These ones
That's
are
their
the
whole deal.
buff
Shit,
brawlers.
fuck.
They do poop damage, but they defend. Alright. You do get to make a save against the being weakened though, so you got that going for you.
Well, poop damage. The last one did 20 damage in one turn.
A goon only can do 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
the
making
blades
they
are
have
the
the set
ones who
damage.
have the
I thought you were
burst
talking in the
damage. They're the
column.
lurkers.
Yeah.
Alright.
They're
So you're
real
no longer
fucking
weakened.
sons of bitches to me.
Althar is going to just peer over the arena here and watch. My, you are impressive. Keep it up. Don't lose hope yet.
So glad to impress, really.
2, 3, 4. This goon's gonna come up into Kreshia's business and ask her a question.
God, get out of my fucking business.
No. This one's gonna go tie up your healer.
Cease.
Axe her no.
How dare!
Axa, how's it going? It's going fine.
Deny.
Alright, the blade is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And she will, let's see. Yeah, she'll just hide with a penalty, I think. This turn, so she can get her delicious combat advantage next turn. So. Oh no. It didn't work.
Ugh.
Alright, well, in that case, she will also shift 1, 2, 3 with her power. Win. Alright. Irina. We're a bit on the ropes then.
No, smidge.
Caeda. Be healed. For the last time. Then Irina herself is going to.
Are you sure you don't want? It's too late now.
Is gonna shift here so that Kreshia doesn't get flanked.
Thank you.
And axe. Oh no.
God!
Irina's just as bad at using this fucking great axe in 4e as she is in 5e, despite being like 100% higher attack bonus. Caeda.
Okay. I'm gonna blast the fucking next Poly.
Alright, if you make a range attack, the brawler will get to op you, by the way.
Yeah, you sure you want to do
Roll
that
a
in melee and not...
shift down one before you
Aye.
do it.
Like,
Or use
oh,
your
yeah, yes.
flail
Shift
thingy.
down, yep. And then so for some reason I thought it was only against the target.
And which one are
Yep.
you shooting, the goon?
Yeah, the goon.
Alright, he is bopped.
Wonderful. Now getting substantial.
Yay!
Ooh.
That is wonderful in this situation. Or
Yep.
do you
That's very
save out
good for
that
you.
weakness?
Yep, make a save. It's enough. Polly.
And I can't heal Caeda anymore, but I can heal Anette.
I'm actually okay. You can heal like Kreshia for now if you wanted to.
Help.
Kreshia is in melee.
Yeah, you would have to move.
What a thrill.
Pop. And a zap on the blade. Ho ho! For 14 damage. Become zapped.
All right. Who was that on? Blade.
On the blade.
Ouch. Ouchies.
And no reactions.
Damn it.
Krakow.
All right. Scout, don't forget to mark off
Lightning
your
like
healing
that.
surges used.
Oh, yeah.
Popped like 2 this encounter
Oh yeah, I
already.
used the I used the potion. It was a surge.
All right. The mage. Let's see. Are there 3 people still within 10 range? Yes, there are. All right. Let's just. Well, you're insubstantial, so I guess it'll be these 3 nerds. So Kreshia, Arena, and Anette.
God damn
Ooh.
it.
Oh, I think Anette gets
Oh!
I think I missed. Does
Yeah,
11
missed
against me?
you.
missed. Yep. Zap on Kreshia and Arena, though. And back to the weak zone.
Oh,
Fuck
damn,
me.
that's just his regular attack.
Yep.
Oof.
Artillery gonna artillery.
This is some fucking garbage. I can't get up there to fight him.
Let's see. That'll be his turn. In fact, at the end of his turn, the bunny girl looks over. I understand tactics and all, but this is a bit unfair. Get in there. Mage looks at her like, are you fucking crazy?
I'm
Alright.
gonna on purpose froth at him.
Yeah, he does not want any part of that. The brawler is going to just punch Joe. Oh, nope. This one is going to shift down and go 1 at Arena, 1 at Kreshia.
Okay, ow.
At least you get the light one.
Yeah.
Arena, however, gets punched directly in the kidneys. Wow. Joe.
All right. Already in a good position, I guess.
Yeah, you got this guy locked down.
Yeah. Well, I think. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this still ticked on, but just in case. I'm not doing anything else, so. Still no. Oh well.
Alright, a miss, alas. Anette.
Alright. First up, regeneration. Boop. And now this is gonna look a little bit weird for movement, but I'm gonna go let's see here.
Oh, yeah.
Up here,
got
here.
rid of your regen, too.
Yeah. I'm gonna get around to here without provoking attack of opportunity.
Yep, I can see it.
Alright. And we really need to get the brawler to go away, so I'm gonna dump a daily on him.
Smart.
This is versus AC.
Alright.
Does a 16 hit his AC?
It sure does.
Alright.
Oh,
So
max damage, too.
Yeah. Ignore the 4 on the top there. That'd be sneak attack. I forgot to
Alright.
turn it off.
Well,
I
you
wait,
do,
no, you don't, Yoga, because I get it, actually. Hold
Yeah.
on, yeah.
you do
So
in fact have a
23
friend out there.
damage.
Alright, 23 damage. Ow. Yeah, that'll
He's
hurt.
also slowed.
Oh, God.
And he grants
Alright.
combat advantage to me. And save will end both.
Alright. He's granting con advantage savings both. Rough. That is rough for him.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do with a minor action?
Oh.
I don't believe so. Yeah, I still have stuff. I'm just looking here. Because we don't just have like potions on the go for all of us. So
No, you
No, we
only
had like
have.
That's
the
it,
one we
yeah.
looted in last combat
Yeah.
and chucked it.
Yep, that is it for me then.
All right, Kreshia.
All right, shift. And aiming at these two, I'm gonna drop an encounter because I really need to.
He will get oppied unless it's a blast. Oh, it is a blast.
It's a
Okay,
blast.
you're good.
Yeah, close blast.
Okay, so brawler then goon.
Yep.
Oh, oh no!
Brawler!
All right, goon gets
I missed the
annihilated.
goon. That's actually really
Brawler.
unfortunate. So
Oh, actually, goon gets missed. But
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I hit him with an 8
no,
reflex.
but you did crit the dude. So let's see, that's a
So
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He's dropped.
16.
Bang.
It's 8 damage. I'm weakened.
Ah,
I'm
that's right.
weakened.
Poop.
Oh,
He has not dropped, just
Well,
almost
I
dropped.
guess I get that.
plus 2.
Or actually,
2 mod.
Plus
one.
1.
Yeah, wouldn't that be plus
Plus
1 because
one
Yeah.
whole
weakened?
more
Yeah.
damage. He is-
All right, he is on the ropes, but unfortunately,
He's
the
pushed a whole 1 yard.
actually, I guess it'd be boop this way.
Yeah.
All right,
You know what? I'm gonna spend my inspiration to second wind.
okay, that makes sense.
Good choice.
Get yourself a shield icon. Bunny girl will glance around. My, impressive. I didn't think you'd pull this off. Well, alas. I suppose I must be running off then. Do take care, all of you. Hate to see such promising new friends slaughtered so early.
Don't you touch those fucking kids.
Oh, darling, don't worry. They're right here. You can have them back at your leisure. Assuming you survive, after all. She will give you a bow with a flourish. And kneel down and tap the middle rune here in the sigil. And there's a flash of light. And she's gone.
Son of a bitch.
Oh,
Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he's hiding underneath the corpse,
Yeah.
so he looks dead. I was like, where'd he go? Fucking the perfect disguise.
All right. He's going to shimmy on over there. And then try and give Kreshia a bonk. Bonk.
No, don't do that. I hate being bonked. Fuck. Yeah, it's the
I
bonk.
think he's the only goon left standing, so Blade.
Yep.
All right. This is turned into a smoke him if you got him situation, so let's see. She can. Yeah, I think she's just going to go ahead and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah, she'll just charge Poly. Swift Blade. Wow. Does a 14 hit you, Poly?
denied.
Oh no. Damn it. Alright, Arena. Let's see, she's got another heal in the tank. Let's give it to Kresh.
Cheers.
As she does, this will be the last one for the encounter, and then she's gonna axe the cult. No. Save to end the weekend. Nope. Get.
Okay. So I'm going to take a.
Savin, I've noticed my HP isn't tied to my character sheet's HP.
That would be a problem. So none of your stuff is, I see.
None of my stuff? Oh, joy.
Yeah. So claim.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was ticking my surge down, and then it wasn't changed before. Okay.
There we go.
Good. Jolly good me. All right. So
All right.
4 of them. And I was down to 16 here.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay, so I'm going to shift over to here. And I'm going to I'm gonna blast the blade down south. Never mind.
That will miss.
I save out of weakness. No, still weak.
All right, Holly. I believe you are no longer ethereal. Druid.
I shift.
No. All right.
And I forget, can Arena be healed?
No, she's out of surges.
Oh.
But she had a long rest. Did she not get hers back?
So
I know she didn't get fully healed before.
So as an NPC, the rule originally in 4e, a NPC simply got one healing surge. I've changed it
Oh.
in this so that NPCs have surges equal to their proficiency bonus, which for her is 2, which is nice,
Okay.
but she still only has 2 healing surges, and she has spent the both.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of sucks for her.
A little bit.
A zap on the lady.
Okay, makes sense.
Zap.
What defense is that against?
Fort.
That will hit.
4, 6.
That is exactly enough to drop her.
Boom.
Split. She collapses. The mage.
Stay away.
Oh, if you had anything else.
I don't think so. I can't heal Caeda.
Okay.
Or Kreshia, would you like another heal?
Give one to Annette if you can.
Annette, would you like a heal?
Because that
I'm not
mage,
going to turn it down, no.
Yeah, that mage could drop her.
Yeah,
I'll possibly
that's what I
stand,
was-
but that mage has really good odds of dropping her in an attack.
Looking
I mean, I have
at the
13 health. It's
mage.
not the lowest, but I'm not going to say no to free HP.
Yeah.
I mean, they opened dealing 13 to all of us, so like...
Yeah.
It was only 12.
So surge plus 6. Okay, that's
Slap
plus 13.
She hasn't rolled yet.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was
You're
seeing the
looking at
6 there.
damage from the lightning.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was the lightning.
Taste my lightning!
Close.
Only
Surge plus 4.
sadly.
Alright. So
That's
plus
what I say, so.
11.
God, Polly still hasn't gotten hit once this entire session. Good lord.
Yeah, you should focus on the healer, Savin.
She's out of range of everything. She's actually
guy's on
playing
fucking-
intelligently.
I moved away
This
from
guy-
the
This guy's on a
wizard.
balcony.
It's
He
true,
can just
actually,
move.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's true, but at this
people
point
were
he could
here
drop
before.
3
Yeah,
people
this-
instead. Or at least he
Yeah.
could have.
This guy tried, or the blade tried to attack me, and one of these guys tried to attack me.
Yeah, I sent a tank and the highest damage creature on the field after her, and she's just definitely avoided them all.
Listen, people who try to hit me just die, so they learn pretty quick.
Yeah, by dying.
Smuggo.
That'll teach him.
All right.
That'll
Yeah, I
learn him
think
some
it's just going to be
violence.
these 3 nerds getting zappoed. So
Yeah.
Annette, Kreshia, Joe.
Okay.
Boop, boop, boop. And that
Oh!
gets
That'll
missed
hit.
again. Let's see.
Versus what?
This is versus reflex.
Yeah.
You still up?
All
I
right.
Okay, you're
just
good.
want to be able to do full damage once this encounter.
No, perpetually weakened.
Fuck.
Ah, that's funny. All right.
Oh, this is agony.
Yeah, I think he is going to start moving down towards the healer. The brawlers. This one's going to shift in. And he is, let's see, I believe he is load. Let's see, let's try
Yes,
and
he is.
punch Anette and Kreshia. Boop boop. Oh no.
No.
The dice. Alright, the guy
Oh no,
fighting
at
Joe.
last. At fucking last.
Oh no, my dice.
Oh,
How
no.
quickly the tide turns.
How quickly the turns table.
Alright, Joe.
What about the other brawler trying to attack Joe?
It
Oh, yeah, he
missed.
did.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, you get
Yeah.
you get to roll save against the slow
Yes.
combat advantage. Remember?
He save.
Oh.
Alright, Joe.
God, I'm really sad that my doper even bigger AoE hits all creatures.
Oh,
Oh, Joe, look at you.
Nice.
Nice.
It's
Still doing your Joe
that's 12
thing.
damage.
It's 12 damage. You mean 6 damage.
Yeah, you got noodled.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you're weakened.
that's right. But still,
But hey, you can make a save now.
yeah.
Do you know this one brawler been locked in a death struggle the entire encounter? Just those two.
Not
Yep.
hitting.
It's the fighter experience sometimes. The other time is that you mow through people like a red tide. The other time is you
Yeah,
bump
no.
up against one beef block who's basically there you, and you just fucking whack each other with pool noodles.
Yep. And we've seen both of those today. Anette. Luckily, the
Okay.
DPS keeps not getting weakened.
Yes. So I'm gonna start with unbalancing trick to get me to shift into a combat advantage area,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna hit him and try and knock him down. Let me tick on sneak attack because now I have combat advantage.
Hell yeah.
Does a 15 knock him down?
15 hits, and that
17.
will drop.
All right, 17. Yep, for 18 damage.
Crunch.
Yay.
Let's see here, and I can't convert a minor down to a move. That is
Other way
unfortunately not
around.
something we can do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's unfortunate I can't convert a minor to a move. Otherwise, I'd get over here and get next to him.
Alas. Can you do anything with a minor?
Had-
Elsewise, Kreshia.
I don't believe I can. No, I cannot.
God, I sure wish I wouldn't be constantly goddamn weakened. You know what? A dot's a dot. Gonna aim up at this guy and drop the invocation daily.
Whoa. All
I might
right.
as well. I'm weakened, but it doesn't change putting a dot on him.
That's true.
Wow.
You hit.
There you go.
Yeah, get him.
6 fire and frost. There's a zone of flaming hail lasts until the end of my turn, unless I persist it, which I will do. Any creature that starts its turn within the zone takes 5 fire, 5 frost.
Ouchie.
And yeah, I'll make it so that it goes down this way. I'm probably going to lose my consciousness this turn, but you know, life goes on. For everyone but me, at least. And then do I save out the week? No! Again, I don't need my turns anyway.
Forever owned. All right. Goon. Lockdown arena. Bonk. Blades are defeat. Arena. Can you kill a minion? Huh! Thunk.
Yay.
He cleaves him in twain. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Caeda. Ben.
Leapy bang.
Mhm.
We have 2 targets left: the brawler and this wizard who's really been kicking the shit out of me.
Well, let's go and deal with the wizard, because...
Yay!
Yay.
Pretty sure that was 7.
Yeah, I can move 7.
Oh, good, good, good.
Elfu.
Yeah. Hooray! Continue to be useless.
Oh. Polly, how about
Ooh.
you?
Oh,
Kreshia, make a saving throw.
I'd love to do that. Why?
With my half-elf thingy.
Right. But I'm about to get weakened again if I'm not dead-ass knocked out.
Well, what if I give him the old what for?
I mean, that would help.
Zap.
What defense is that against?
Fort.
That is a miss.
God,
Stupid
the
sturdy
wizard has
wizards.
14 fort, 15 even.
Yep.
Shit.
AC is his
So much
lowest
fort on a
defense.
wizard.
But
He's
none of us
That
have
makes
AC.
no sense. For a wizard, that makes no sense.
He's so stonks too.
Well, AC being
Look,
lowest.
con is the secondary stat of wizards. What are you talking about? Have you not seen fucking Tisrena?
Yeah, that makes no sense because he should have intelligence as his AC.
Oh, you mean the
If
AC
he's
being
a
his
wizard-
lowest? Yeah, it should, but alas. So the way NPCs actually work is based on their role. They have a flat number for all of their defenses, and then as the DM, you can opt to +2, -2 a pair or 2 pairs. So I decided to dump his AC because, like, he's just wearing cloth, he's all wizard, and bump his will up because clothy.
Okay.
Fair
Holy
enough.
GTFOs. Okay, fair enough. Continuing to play the
Mommy.
hitless game, I see. Alright, this dude's gonna take his 5 damage.
He could get down here like his boss commanded him to.
He's not going to go down here. I'm going up there to get him.
Alright, he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna drop the... He's gonna do the thing. Anette, Kreshia, Caeda.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I
What is-
live.
Versus Will.
Yep.
Fuck.
Boop.
Alright.
I live.
Good. I'm glad.
I live, I die, I live again.
Alright, you are now blinded.
Calculated.
And the wizard's perfectly content to take
Calculated.
5 more...
I hate this spell so fucking much. You've hit me like every
Does
single
Anette been
fucking time with
blinded
it.
by every use? of
Every
sickening
single one of them.
visions?
Every single time he's used it, he's blinded me.
Alright, the brawler is gonna try and punch, Actually, you know what? He wants to shift to get out of combat advantage hell, and so he's gonna punch blind Annette and Joe. Alright, so Annette, Joe. Does a 16 hit your AC, Annette? Nope. And so he
let's see
just
here.
misses.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm blind, so does he get combat advantage for doing it?
Yeah, so he rolled a 14, so +2 is 16.
Oh, he rolled a 14. Okay, yeah, he misses.
All right, Joe, you're up.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna
There you
shift down
go.
here.
Ooh, another good hit.
Hey. I'm still weakened though.
Yep. But hey, a little bit helps. Chop.
5.
Yep.
And then a save.
Yep. Dang it.
I'm gonna use my racial encounter.
Nice.
Yay. Really useful for saves.
It is. Right.
I have a Billy Joel song stuck in my head, and not only that, because we spent that time talking about emo stuff, it is the Panic at the Disco cover of a Billy Joel song from a live album. And
Mhm.
that is what's stuck in my brain. Ugh.
Annette.
All right.
Sing us a song of the piano man.
So,
Not that one, thankfully.
so
I hate that song.
I know, but
I'm gonna use another not daily, an at-will power called Tumbling Trick,
Okay.
and it's not doing any sort of damage. It just does. I can shift up to 3.
Yep.
So I'm gonna shift 3 away, and that's a move action. And then as a standard, I think I'm gonna take Second Wind again.
Second wind is an encounter power.
You should write that down because you just have it there as an
As a
action.
thing you can do as a standard action in your
Yeah.
list of things.
Oh yeah,
I
it
mean,
is.
fair enough. But yes, that is in Vori, that is a once per encounter deal.
Otherwise, it's
Okay.
just full defense.
You can full defense, yes,
Uh,
if you like.
Oh, full defense, which I now notice full defense isn't
Hmm.
in the standard actions section.
I could full defense, or I could do another move action and actually get up on here.
Yeah, you could
How
start
tall?
hammering up.
How tall is this thing? It's like
It
like
is
difficult terrain to get
it
through.
is 10 feet. So yeah, it'll cost you 20 feet, or it will cost you 4 squares of movement to get up there.
4 squares of movement. Jeez, wow.
That's why you
So
feel so fucking safe there.
Yeah.
so with my 6, would I be able to get up to there then, or would that be too much?
You can get up there with your first square of movement on your next turn. You can be like halfway up.
Yeah, but if I get shot by him, I'll fall down, won't I?
I will ask for a check.
In
That
which case, I
happens.
think I'll just so let me move back here. I was here, right? That's 3 squares away. That's 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be here and not go up yet.
Okay. Kreshia.
Holy shit, he stayed in my fire zone.
He did, so that he could
He did,
blast all
yeah.
of you.
He could have moved afterwards, surely.
No, he moved into position to get all of you.
Yeah, he moved deeper into it.
He moved further into the blasties?
Yeah.
That seems
Yeah, because your blast is down, thing like that, right?
Yeah, it's just a 5. I just covered as much of this balcony as I could,
Yeah.
and it would at least force him to go up. He didn't. He's committed to being on fire ice. On ice
He
fires.
is committed to it so that he could blast all of you with piss and then miss all but Annette. It was unfortunate.
Fair point. Unfortunate for him. Glorious based for me.
Yes.
Well, I'm still weakened, so my damage ain't exactly going to be anything to sneer at. Armor just. Is
You
there
could
still a
attack him if
blade,
you-
or have they just not been taken off the turn order yet?
Is there still
Are we
who?
short of foe?
Nope. You are. In fact, there are no goons left either.
Goons as well, yeah.
They're all defeated.
Alright.
Oh, you know what you could do, Sky? You could attack him and then move out of his range.
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I wish I attacked it. Well, here's the thing: is like, is his AC 3 lower than his defenses? Because like, I get a +6 with the
It's-
scale or a +3 with the sling.
It's 2 lower, as I mentioned.
Yeah. It's like it's still worth me shooting at them, even though it's against a quote unquote higher defense, because I'm just not as good.
You have a better bonus to attack it.
Yeah. All right. I'm go with the reflex. 14.
That is a miss.
Alright. And then yeah, minus sustain, and I move like back here.
All right.
In fact, you know what? I'll do that.
Hell
I'll
yeah.
hook up my boy Joe.
Irina will step back and hurl a dagger into that melee. Oh, she hits.
I'm moving out. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Slowly but surely, this guy's getting chipped to death. Caeda.
Okay, gonna try and hit this asshole. Who's being a dick and not coming down?
That'll hit.
My flail.
Oh, Lord. Well, that almost drops him.
Oh, he's
He will die on
oh,
his
he's dead
turn.
on
Yes.
his turn.
Hey! I'm gonna roasty
Hooray!
toasty this bitch.
Good job,
And
Caeda.
move over to.
Well done.
Wait, why did I move that?
You got stuck in between.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
rubber band.
There you go.
Yeah, that
Volley.
was weird, but cool.
Seeing the whiz-haired being pelted by molten frost hail and about to melt, I will leave him to the guarantee and now
Focus on the weirdo.
is flanking combat advantage or combat focus?
That is combat
Advantage.
advantage.
Okay, then in that case, I will spook the bar roller.
Okay.
Forgot to roll.
Versus Will. I don't think that'll hit. That will hit. This Will is so bad. Holy
Ah.
shit.
Good.
Bop.
Turns out I don't need to roll higher than a 5.
Not against a brute. They have shit defenses. All right,
Joe
and
gets
nice.
combat focus.
All right, the mage perishes.
Yay!
Hooray!
It's consumed in flame and frost. The brawler is gonna do his AoE that you guys keep very kindly letting him do. Kreshia Joe. Bop bop.
Yeah, it hits.
6 damage to Kreshia, 3 damage to Joe.
Why is it different damages? Isn't that like an AoE thing where it should just do 1 damage for all the people across it?
Normally, yes, he has a thing.
Okay.
He is making a second
Wait, is he
attack,
making 2
right?
separate
Oh.
attacks?
No, it is a close burst attack.
Oh, okay.
So it should just be the 1 damage then if it's
Normally, yes,
close burst
but
attack.
this one's flavored that he's basically like 1-2 punching.
I'm down.
It's flavored.
Rest in
Alright.
peace.
But really, he's not.
Which means I am no longer flanking.
Correct. But hey, you
Correct.
still have combat
Ah,
focus
damn
from
it.
Poly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Joe.
Well, here we go.
I had hits. So
Schwank.
5
11
damage.
damage. No, I'm done with weekend. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. All right, in that case, you drop him. Battle
Yeah.
complete.
Revenge kill.
Revenge. And someone can pick up Kreshia before
Chill,
she
don't
dies.
talk about that.
Oh.
Scoots into
Yeah, give me a quick medicine check
slides
just
into
to...
home base.
There you go. Okay.
Wow. There. That was the last of them. got that nasty you got that
Stay away
nasty
from my
wizard
maybe,
guy.
Mom. Oh god, that rocked my brains. I missed the
That was,
shield spell. I really missed the shield spell.
Yeah, that was tough. Would have been a lot tougher if that woman joined in as well.
Weird that she didn't. She's half the fighter she looked. That would have been the end of us.
Yeah, would have been dead.
Well, she said the kids are here somewhere. Let's patch our wounds and get to looking.
Yeah.
How is she doing with them here?
I don't know.
Indoctrination,
Okay.
trying to train them into being her fighters.
She did have that cult leader vibe going for her, it's true.
I'll motion here to the sand fighting pit.
Yeah, that part as well. But like she did, classic cult leader voice.
The guy before
I-
seemed pretty culty too.
I'm afraid I don't really know that. I must admit I don't have that much experience with cult leaders.
Fair enough. That's a good thing, frankly.
I
Yeah,
have
I'm
no
quite glad about it.
experience.
Kind of sad that it's going away at this point.
Well, we'll have to burst our fighting crazy cultist bubble one day.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. God. So, let's see here. Alright. Spend 2 surges, put me back to full.
You right there, Harry?
Well, it got me pretty badly. I'll live, but I think I ought to stay off the front lines. Same as Caeda here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sure
you
thing.
should.
Here, Joe, let
Hopefully
me...
there's not anything left to fight, really.
I don't know about that. I got a bad feeling.
Yeah,
This
probably
place
is.
huge.
Pets, if you want to crank your HP back up.
Do you think this
Why
place
not?
does go all the way under the lake?
I don't know, but
Maybe.
you hear a door
Stretching the
slam open nearby.
Oh,
Quite honest, I think we only really got one fight left in us.
A
Wow.
woman's voice says. Then how about we give it to you?
Oh, come on.
Fuck me.
It's a group of cultists march out.
On the plus side, that was our second encounter today, so you can.
Yeah,
You all get
getting
inspiration. Sorry, kids, I don't care what the boss says. I can't have you disrupting my research. But if you put your weapons down now, I promise I'll treat you fairly. No takers. I suppose we'll just take them from you then. Boys,
Afraid not. You're not to be this, what was it, Crack Fox, I think you called her, something like that?
she
Yeah.
snarls. Don't say that name.
Ah, sorry, I didn't really get your proper name.
I am Dr. Alice Crane, most talented chemist in all of Aruna. And you are about to be my new experiments.
I heard she once accidentally
that
stuck an asshole to her own palm.
Ah, 13 is
That did not happen. That is slander.
Oh man, do I wish I still had my fucking daily. This sucks so much, cunt! Look at them!
Damn.
I could
I know.
have ended this fight!
I know.
We're very eager to blow your dailies.
Well, no, I needed to. I was gonna die otherwise.
That's fair. Jay.
I blew mine on a boss, yeah. So I
I'm
feel
the
good with
only
mine.
one who probably didn't need to so far.
Joe definitely did not need to either.
I
Did Joe
still
blow
have
daily? What
mine.
is his daily?
Yeah, he uses daily.
Used
Yeah.
it to
Used
get
it on a boss
secured
with
Oh,
3 hit
right. He
points
gets
left.
inspiration, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it gave him inspo and it secured a kill, which is important.
That's true. It
Yeah.
prevented a miss from fucking you guys over. All right,
Yeah.
Annette.
Okay, alright. Okay, let's see here. So, if I can move. How far away is she? She is 10 away. 5 would be there. That's short range. That gets me away from everybody else. So, okay. And this is unbalancing does me 2 shifts? Alright. I will do my unbalancing trick. I forgot to take off sneak. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I mean, if you get to
yep.
attack somebody, you still get it anyway, don't you?
Yes, because I am going to be hucking a dagger at this lady here who is just within dagger range to get a -2,
Okay.
which doesn't matter because, combat advantage, being acting first. And it could very well knock her prone.
Good.
19.
All right, you fling a dagger. She grabs the hood of the brawler in front of her and yells, "Protect, you fool!"
Okay. I guess 19 on the brawler.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
brother.
knocked prone.
Is it 19 damage too? No, 13.
No, because it's not the first sneak attack, so it's only 13 damage.
Oh. All right, you hit him and knock him prone.
Which, pretty good. If he's prone, he's kind of blocking the way up there for a little bit.
Yep.
All right. As a minor action, gonna Heritage of Heavens.
Makes sense.
And I will minor action grab another dagger out of my pouch.
+2 power bonus to all defenses. How far away are these goons? 11 squares. I gotta move up a whole 1 more square. I know, shocking. I'm gonna blast literally all of them with the Warding Storm.
Oh lord.
So I'm gonna go start with the bunny in clockwise.
I think you mean the cat
back
folk,
up.
but yes.
Catfoot, whatever, wrap around
Sure.
through them. Okay, so Alchemist, Brawler, Blade.
Damn.
That hits literally all of them. Nice. Good job.
Nice.
50 damage out there. Pretty good.
Yeah, I did
Jesus.
just deal 50
that
damage.
is stout indeed. Since it's
Where were
Oh,
these
hey, and
rolls
if they hit
last
with
fight?
if they hit with attack, they'll take 1 extra damage each.
Oh boy.
You know what?
boy.
I'm gonna spend my inspiration. Just repeat that.
Actually, is that an at-will? Yeah. Okay. Oh god.
Ba-boom.
Which one was the first of those attacks?
Same targets, same order.
All right. Well.
So 17, 8, 20, 21, 26. 17.
Alright, so
I think
this-
I missed the prone guy unless it gets upgraded to 10 since he's prone.
Let's see. So he is a brawler. His reflex, that's not quite enough, but everyone else gets hit. And go ahead and roll damage because it is a new attack. All right, 7, except for
7.
the 10 on the last bitch, which drops her. Fuck.
Damn.
Hey.
So what was that about? Like,
Imagine
end
if
this
I-
encounter?
Imagine if I had my daily
That's
though.
basically a daily.
Yeah.
That would have been so sweet.
Good lord.
And then Crash gonna do that thing where, when someone like does the half crouch, hands on both their knees and starts sucking in air like
Rita's gonna come up behind you
Your
and rub your
pity.
back. That's the
like
Kreshia I
hard
remember.
breathing. Hard breathing, trying not to have a seizure.
Alright. What's the range on your dagger? Nice. Wing. Oh god. Alright.
Oh.
She also just she
Well-
just falls over.
At least there was no one in the path of the dagger.
Yep, she's fine. She just trips. It's probably like almost brings Kreshia down with her too. Joe.
All right. Well, they're a little far away from me, but I can still just move in.
Yeah, I
Kind
knew
of
that
10
is
squares, which is
It does take
That's 20
4
feet up to
squares to
get
get
there.
up that ledge.
4 squares to get up. Okay, then I don't quite make it.
One, two,
You can
three,
still-
4,
Let's see,
5.
that's 8.
Surrender. Anytime.
Wait, I'm doing my math. I could actually make it up there, just not.
Oh, okay.
You probably want to,
Yeah.
otherwise she's going to stand on your face and kick you into the dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm-
She is just going to boot you onto the ground.
Yeah, it was 8 squares up, and the rest of my move. 8 squares to get up to it, and then 4 squares up. Yeah, 12.
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
perfect. All right. Yeah.
And
This
then they kick
blade,
you off and spar you.
2, 3,
They can
4,
try.
5,
I'll have to do a flying
6.
double drop kick, which would be pretty dope.
Blade. Swift blade. Miss.
No.
Caeda.
Well, okay.
Do you
Aim
have
for
any
the
big
blade.
blasties there, Caeda?
And I'm going to use my daily.
Yay!
Woo.
I'm going to target it on boss, and then it's a area here.
Nice, nice. Uh-oh. Oh
Come
God.
on, you just got to actually get the hit in.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so
have-
I do have-
boss,
I do
brawler,
have my
brawler.
inspiration just
Yep.
in case. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Crit!
Oh,
You
yeah.
critter!
Well,
Woohoo.
you're already doing
Oh,
max.
God.
Oh, God.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
do
we
I
were
spend
just
my
sick
inspiration?
shit.
21.
You
No, you don't
kill
need to
this
use-
dude. And then what's the max damage there? It's 12,
21.
21.
21.
God damn.
And she's immobilized, so no running away.
That's fine. She's a ranged boss, but ow.
Oh yeah, but there's also
Well, he-
nothing stopping her from going, this went terribly, bye! Now there is.
Oh, God. All right. That was brutal.
You said something about inspiration, Ben?
I was going to say, do I spend inspiration to try and get a crit on the last one? But no.
Oh no, spend inspiration and do another
Yeah.
attack.
Ben,
Yeah, you could do
Uh,
like
yeah,
another
You could
attack.
possibly
Yeah.
finish
Double
before she
Eldritch
even
Blast.
gets a go.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can finish her, but you can definitely finish the brawler. Who's up next? I mean, it's up to you. You
yeah.
might be able to finish her. I don't know.
That's coward talk. You could totally take her. Do it.
I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. I'm going to go for her. And he's immobilized anyway, so you can't.
Yeah,
you
It's
can't
true,
run
it's
for
true.
either.
He can't borrow.
Alright.
Maybe?
17 versus her reflex, I believe, is a hit. Yep.
Oh wait, she
Yes,
has
yes.
that like protect me full thing. So you can
Oh, that's
totally-
right.
has a
That's right.
reaction
She's
for
gonna
it. She
fucking
hasn't had
use.
a
Oh no,
reaction
she
yet.
hasn't had a turn to recharge her reaction.
She hasn't had a turn. That's why
She
this is
hasn't
this
had
is
a
the time
turn
to
yet.
do it. Yeah, exactly. This is the time to do it. That's the whole point.
No.
Yeah.
All right. 10 odd, not quite enough.
No.
Oh. Still,
She
fucking
lives.
valiant job. You
Until
could have
Polly
done it.
kills her.
Oh yeah.
Polly Pockets.
Go
No.
on, Polly.
Take care of the blade on me, and then I'll
You're
cleave.
at
No,
full
fuck
health.
that. She's
Yeah,
about
fuck
to
that.
go.
Take the boss out.
It's her
Yeah,
turn.
don't even let her get a turn.
Good.
Fair
Let me recycle the stat block for something.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was like, if this boss didn't get to act, that's a stat block. That's work we get to save it by taking her out before she acts.
My psst.
At least that's what I tell myself whenever you goon one of my bosses. Like, well, at least I get to reuse them.
Zap.
I've thus far in the course of Darkest Dungeon, I have reused 3 bosses that never got to do their attacks the first time around.
Versus Fort.
Amazing.
No, sorry, it's just 2.
16 versus 4?
It's still weird that it's happened that many times.
Yeah.
if I had a
All
nickel,
right.
yeah.
You drop her. My boss.
Amazing.
And the next one goes at the blade. I will spend my inspiration to
Yep.
Just
Oh, so
fucking
sad.
coming lightning.
The blade.
I love the idea that they've
Unlimited
come in
power.
thinking that we are now like weakened and in the perfect position to be defeated, and all of
And
us are
then
like,
we
"Oh no,
just
this is
fucking
terrible!" And then we
explode.
And you just explode them.
come lightning all over them.
No, I think we found out that we're
Yeah.
just doing the Saiyan hack thing. Every time we get knocked down, we get stronger.
Oh yeah, we might actually just be Saiyans.
Slightly
All right,
limited power.
and then this brawler's immobilized with 3 hit points. I think I'll just call it.
Where was this last fight? I threw
I
a
don't know.
single
I
dagger.
don't know.
The last fight was
Well, we
so
dropped
unnecessarily brutal.
It was so hard that when more dudes came out, I was like, "This is the end of us." This is
Yeah.
weird. Savin doesn't usually overtune super hard, and it wasn't. It was just the
Easy.
dice.
Yeah,
The
all,
powers
all
of
three
chance
of these,
all
all
along.
3 of these encounters have just been
Ow.
normal fights in terms of difficulty.
After after two fights, the dice finally start rolling higher than a 5.
Amazing what
Legitimately.
you can
Where
do
was
when you
this-
can roll with shit.
Where was
I
this
still-
lightning coming last time?
The lightning last time was killing this blade, which is the only time in all 3 encounters that I rolled over a 10.
I'm asking this in character.
It was killing that lady. I don't have all the lightning, just most of it.
That lady was super mean, and I don't think her experiments were very nice to people. So that's why she needed a nap.
Yeah.
Just gonna.
That's
I'm gonna
true.
go up here. I'm gonna take my dagger back. All right. Does this lady have anything on her?
Yeah,
I feel
she.
like I got up here for nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Therefore, she
I
might
got
have a
up there
potion
to
of
look
butthole
intimidating.
handination left half open in her pockets just to mess with people.
All right, roll 1d3,
What?
Amxal, please.
That's how many
Okay.
hands get buttholes.
Oh,
One.
All right, you find
I was-
one potion
I
of
was thinking
healing,
the reverse.
one potion that is simply marked donut, and roll 3d10 plus 50.
Donuts.
10 plus 50.
What
I'm
donuts
curious
thinking
about the
of?
donut. I might actually. Oh boy.
70 gold pieces,
Nice.
and
Yeah.
a set
I mean,
of
she was in the
masterwork
bootleg camp.
alchemist tools.
Nice.
I'm also curious about the donut.
I'm just gonna stash that donut potion on my person for a little bit.
Don't even let the party
I
see.
want to
Just
get it.
You don't want them to know that you really want that plump fuckable ring.
You really want that
Yeah.
donut?
I mean, I don't know exactly what it does yet. I want to make sure that it does what I think it does
Trust
before
me,
drinking.
don't pour it on your hands. Pour it in your ass. Otherwise, you're gonna have
yeah,
a
it
really
needs to be a
unbearable time.
suppository.
Yeah, please
Yeah, that's-
remember, use the butt potion on butts only.
Definitely
I'm
do
gonna
not
get it checked.
drink it.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna get it checked out first before like any sort of either butt chugging or drinking it.
So, Savin, what does the potion bottle look like? That determines what.
So
before we do.
it is a triangular potion bottle, so it narrows to a very fine point at the tip. It's very rounded, has a little silk stopper in it. It has no markings other than a piece of tape across it on which is written donut and then a picture of a donut.
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping it hidden on my person for now.
Yep.
It's definitely for butt chucking, that's for
That's
sure.
definitely for butt shucking.
Oh, absolutely, probably.
All
In the immortal words of Kreshia, do it.
I mean, I would do it, but that requires dropping trout and anything like that here, and
Yeah,
that's
that's true,
definitely not the
that's
type
true.
of person to do that.
That would be an amazing
Do it,
dab on them.
asshole.
Like you drop down onto all of your enemies, use them like a carpet while you go ass up in the air and butt chuck.
Unfortunately not.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
lady
not-
is stacked with money there,
Oh, well, that's
Just,
good.
and a potion of healing. Only one though. Guess she was confident that she wasn't gonna get alpha strike like she did.
That was a gooning.
Alpha struck.
Oh,
So
so
you're gonna give Ari them head rubs.
she said something about experiments.
Oh yeah,
Was that-
fuck, there are kids. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Divide money later. Save children first.
I will
Kids.
haul Eri up unless she's determined to sit down there.
She'll stand up. My honor as a
I don't-
poke knight, I'll not let children suffer a moment longer.
They
Yep.
don't look like they're in here. Try a different room.
God damn it. She stops pulling herself up, goes the other way.
Oh no, I bet cross the entire way. Oh, they're
Oh,
there by Ari. I see
see
bars.
selves.
Yeah,
I'm
here
just
they
making
are.
sure there's no like animals and monsters hidden in. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
Found him.
Good
I found him.
Oops. Sorry. All right. Hi. Hey, kids.
Yeah.
Hello there. We're here to rescue you.
Inside, you see a number of teenagers, all in scruffy rags covered in dirt and grime and sand. Many of them look like they've been quite badly beaten upon. Although, once Joe wanders over, his martial eye will say that these look like sparring wounds more than anything. And amongst them, Ari will identify the girl that she specifically was sent to find, who is a precious little bean.
Blue bean.
Don't worry, I'll have you out in a jiffy here. Do you know if any of them are holding the key, like Lady Crackfox over there, or
The blondie will step up. It was the alchemist lady. One with the horrible potions.
Yep, we call her Crackfox. I'll be right back with the key from her. And I'll rummage her body for the key.
She does not have it on her. However, since you guys were puttering around in the lab, you can indeed have seen it. It was just hanging on a chain on the wall.
Yep, I'll grab it off the chain on the wall, and then rush my way back.
All right. And indeed,
All right.
can
Here we
start
go. I'll just go.
unlocking these doors.
There you go.
Rosemary will just throw her arms around whoever's the closest when she stumbles out. The other girls are sobbing.
Since
Don't worry
Aries,
about it. Come
probably
here.
a little bit gassed, I'll pull her up onto her hip and do
Get
the
your
hip, do
people.
that classic hip carry.
Don't worry about you three. Come here now. The people that hurt you are long gone. They won't hurt you again.
Thank you.
Come in,
Thank
precious
you.
little beans.
Yeah.
What did they want out of you, the horrible bastards?
I don't know.
Fight?
Rose will stand up. She's probably the oldest of the lot, maybe 18 or 19 years old. The others run 15 to 17 at best.
It doesn't matter. She still gets the hip carry anyway.
And she will not refuse. But yeah, she looks between them all.
Hmm.
I don't know. They just grabbed me off the street and brought us down here and started feeding us those awful potions. Said we were going to go big and strong.
Ugh.
Hmm. Would you be okay with us taking you guys to Briarmount? We'd like to make sure that you're checked out and alright.
What do you mean, all right? I feel okay.
I know, but I want to just make sure they haven't done anything, I don't know, nasty. They could have left you with an additive so
Make
that if
sure
you
and
stop
none of
taking the
those.
potions, you start getting sick.
Yeah.
That kind of nasty
Yeah.
thing. We want to prevent that before it's too late.
Yeah.
Make sure
Kreshia,
none of
would you
those
throw a
ghost potions
persuade at the girls? It'll be a low DC, but just to keep them from getting spooked.
Of course. I will go full. Can I do it for ability checks? Yeah, I'll lean on my knack as well.
Can I do any
Get a
sorts of
little
assisting
fluster.
here, trying to calm them down and
Yeah, you can
assure
also
them?
throw a persuade DC 10 no assist.
Sure. I will
I
do so.
will also.
Does the group diplomat effect only count for when I help someone else, or when someone
Correct.
helps me?
You have to help someone else.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
good
Oh,
luck.
you get a
then.
+2.
I can help someone else, so you get the +4.
Have you got the knack? All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so
So
Back down to
four,
+2.
5. All right. Yeah, you are more than able to keep them
26, yeah.
nice and calm.
It's all right. I'll even explain how like there is a nice, big, comfy, warm, preggy Manda lady who just adores kids. And
Oh,
we'll make sure that everything's fine.
Rose will make a little sign of Mithras when you mention Preggymander.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of you can start moving on out. Ooh. Seem to have caught the doors. Start moving on out.
Mm.
And that,
It
I
was a rope in
believe,
the middle, and they're all gassed, right? Or
Mhm.
take our time to get them up and out of here. Maybe build a rope ladder as opposed to have them going up just normal ropes.
there is actually a door leading out this place, and
Oh.
if you choose to poke your head down, you can see that it leads into the sewers. And while it has a big, heavy, sealed door on the inside, on the outside, it's looks like a pretty short jaunt out into the hillside where the waste dumps out into the grasslands.
Probably not going to take that route, especially
Yeah.
since we left all that loot behind in the previous room to hurry down
Yeah.
here.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. And yeah, I'll give you guys a GP bonus for all this lucre you acquire as well.
Sure.
Wonderful.
So did the search of the potions lady include a search of the lab, or will that like be
Yeah.
included in this?
Just sum it up after, I guess.
Yeah, the lab will probably take several hours to rifle through. It looks quite complex. I imagine you'll probably want to come back and deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the
Yeah,
girls
we'll
back
probably take
first.
this to a route after, but yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
do the whole beans.
But that will all be stuff we can handle next time. Because that seems like an
Cool.
ideal time to end for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so some exciting news. You guys are going to get several days of downtime before the next thing, which is also enough for you to level up to level 3 for next session.
Whoa.
Three.
Jumping up 2 levels. Wow.
Yep,
Ooh.
2-level jump.
Wow, yeah.
I want to see you guys using new powers and a new feat
fun.
each.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Also, question:
Mm-hmm.
does this edition share 4E's swap out a feat on level up?
Yes, every time you level, you can retrain one
Okay.
feat or power.
Sweet. Level 2, I train mine out. Level 3, I train back in again. Take that.
Just
I mean,
skip
yeah, you
one.
could.
So I do have one question over the couple downtime days.
Mhm.
Can I get the potion to identify if I
Yes,
need to
you
take it
will.
through the butt? Or
Yes, you will be able to identify what the potion does, and we'll
Yeah, I
run
need
through
that
what it actually
potion.
does next session. But it pretty much does what you think it does.
yeah, I'm not too worried about what it. I'm just more worried if I need to take it through the butt or if I need to take it through the
Worried about
mouth.
how.
You do not want to put it in your mouth. No, that is a
I
bad
just-
time.
I
Yeah,
just like the
that's what I
idea-
was worried about.
You're
I
gonna
will
let
take
that
it up the butt.
ass-faced kid from
You
Preacher.
don't want the bimbo lips?
No, I will take it up
It's
the
not
butt.
gonna
though,
turn you into
next
ass
session.
face.
Literally arse face. Yeah, that's the theme. That's the character's.
I will also spoil when you search the lab, you will find a magical item that was just finishing being made.
Ooh. I do like the mental image of you having to go to a potion identifier and like, so I need to know how to take this.
Hey, it's a legitimate question.
I know, but it's just a very amusing one.
I've already got plenty of range attacks. Who wants to use the ring? I'll happily use it if not, but like this feels like a good idea to put on a melee character, so they've got their own.
I'm great. I got my daggers.
Sure.
They're all I need.
Yeah, I don't have any range at all, so.
Having apart from like Joe should probably take it for the ranged option, but if Joe doesn't want it, I could probably make most use of the recharge.
But that is tough as well. And I suppose since Joe will often be in melee combat, he won't get as many options to make even a ranged attack.
Yeah,
that's true.
I guess to Guardi makes sense. Yeah, like a ranged attack that have combat disadvantage often on someone who we probably want to be really sparing with their healing surges.
Yes.
Joe can pick up
I
some
like have the
javelins or
most
something.
Yeah,
That's also true.
we should probably gear you up
Yeah.
regardless.
Yeah, you guys should have enough
Yeah.
money to buy some kit if you want.
Oh, maybe I can have real armor because it turns out I desperately need real armor, guys.
Wow, Sandy breaks down really evenly. There you go. Since we're doing 5
Yep.
for
Cool.
Yeah, I think I am going to switch from my unarmored feat to real armor.
To just having armor. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
thinking. I
because
think
it
I
would
should
give
get real
the-
armor.
It would give the same bonus.
Yeah, that's certainly a good option. Plus 10 health. Puts me
It'll
at
technically
38.
lower my reflex, but
Yeah. Irina will take a share of the lucre, but hypothetically, if she was not the quest giver, she wouldn't be honor bound not to take any reward. But stripping the bodies, absolutely. It's where she
Hell
makes all of
yeah.
her money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably still gonna pay her out of the account anyway. For sure.
She will have to insist that you spend that money on Ina directly. It is part of her oath as a Blue Knight.
You know what? Instead, what I'll do is I'll spend it all on treats so that they can be enjoyed at family time style.
Perfect.
I'll come over during the winter when it's the quiet season, so there's not much travel or business.
No.
Have a nice couple week family holiday.
All right. So yeah, that is it for this session. That was 3 quote-unquote normal combat encounters. I think so. Generally speaking, compared to normal 4E, what I've done is I've pushed enemy defenses down a little bit and kept their HP the same or slightly lower, but upped their damage a bit. And I think that's worked out. But I'd love to hear what you guys thought of those 3 encounters.
I
They
think it's
definitely
worked
would have
out,
felt
yeah.
better if we were rolling better, but
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
unfortunately, you
But-
did roll like ass for like a fight and a half, but
And you were
Yeah,
rolling pretty
it
much
worked
top
out,
of
I
your
think.
damage die. So no, I think that was good.
I think
Yeah.
when like hits are traded equally, it works just fine. Like feels like it's or like if both sides are rolling equally, it feels pretty great.
Yeah,
The only
like
thing I
obviously
have
that
in
that
mind-
last
That's
combat's
taken
not a
off
good
for.
example because it was 4 people in a row alpha strike double striking and rolling consistently high hits and high damage. Like
Well,
that was unusual.
First, that last combat was as good an example as the previous combat was on the other end.
yeah, you
of
guys
that
just getting dumpstered.
Yeah.
guys
It's true.
nonstop.
Our turn
That
order
was
was pretty
good.
rough on us last encounter as well.
The only thing
God, I
might-
almost feel like one of my main issues with the game is something about initiative, and I'm not sure if there's a good way to handle it.
Yeah,
I feel like 1 to 20 is perhaps too deep of a variance
yeah. I
on
will
a
say
dice.
I like having. It might be the numbers gremlin, but I dislike 5e initiative. I think it feels like way too. Like you never get better at it.
Yeah, I can see that. I wouldn't mind adding
don't-
proficiency to initiative as a
Yeah.
thing, but
That does feel like that will just mean the numbers are bigger and nothing change. I suppose
Yeah.
it gives you a higher minimum, but that gives everyone a higher minimum. Like
Yeah, it
that's the
doesn't
issue
change
with
anything.
initiative is that like changing
Yeah, that's
that
fair.
value changes that for everyone completely and at all
Yeah.
times. And there's
mhm.
no. If anything, my issue would be taking it from D20 to D10. So although there's still variance, it isn't as often going to be that you're in the eternity spot. But at the same time, that does present
Well,
other
I-
issues itself.
I
How
don't know
did
if that actually really
4E
changes it, Scout. Because, I mean, the
Oh,
monster
well,
blast is...
let's put it this way. In a fight between 10 people, there are
Alright.
20 results, and you could be spread from the top end of 20 or the bottom end of 1. If you're at the top end of 10 to the bottom end of 1, there are more people close to what your minimum values are at basically any time.
Well, I think you need the variance because monster initiatives are always going up compared to ours.
They aren't.
Not really.
No.
Yeah,
Are they?
not
No.
necessarily.
My
unless
monster
the
initiatives
monsters
in
have higher
in
dex.
like 5e, for instance, are the same as they've always been.
Yeah.
Sure,
Which
like
is
I've
just
seen them get like
dex plus-
26s and them way above.
I mean, in
That
4E,
is
you
one of
add
the-
half
that-
your proficiency or half your level, but that's the
Yeah, no.
everybody
No,
thing.
no, I'm talking about 5e
in-
monsters I've been
that's,
watching.
That's because some of them have what we call fatty dex stats, but there is an upper limit.
Right.
+7
I
is
mean, that's
about
gonna
as
be a
high as I can go, and that tends to be specifically written into the rules on a lurker type creature that they do determine they want to be going first when a fight breaks out.
right, but that's
But
gonna be
like a
something
generic Ambergrown,
that's gonna happen here though. Is that you're gonna have monsters that have way higher decks than us, and
I mean,
And you're
minions
just
that
gonna
probably
have to
might
live
do
with
that as well.
Sorry.
And then even with the lack, if you have lack of variance, then those will end up being like the similar
Yeah.
one sort of spot.
no,
So if you
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
That's kind
variance,
of the
then
point.
Yeah, it's I don't know how I would fix it if I'm honest.
I don't think there is a fix for it.
Speaking of things we have issues with, though,
Mhm.
I don't think especially without racial mods, I don't think 3 stats, 3 primary stats works very well.
yeah. I mean,
Like,
I
for
normally
instance,
you're meant not to use all 3. You're meant to pick your primary, then 1 secondary. At least that's how it normally works in 4E. You don't actually. The game does not expect you to have 3 primary stats. It expects you to have a primary and a secondary.
There's a fairly lower amount of options for each.
Yes, that is just
and
the nature of being
given that
early
it's a
playtest. Yeah.
But and some of the ones that do fit your, at least for me, I feel most of the ones that do fit the like stat I picked as the secondary aren't really the ones I want. Like the druid's con based encounter powers are all like poison powers that also hit your allies, so none of those are really good options.
I'm in a similarly boned position where I have
Yeah.
an intelligence of 0 for my intelligence bonus damage and abilities and distances.
Yeah.
I think I might have a problem with defenses. I feel like you're gonna have one good defense and the other 2 are really shit.
That is meant to be the rock paper scissors play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more or less intended.
It's why, for instance, even in your baseline, everyone has, if they aren't targeting AC particularly well, they'll have an off one of either their reflex, their fort, or their will. And it's unlikely you'll see, apart from some pretty extant cases where their baseline stat is coming from a statistic, say like AC and reflex at the exact same time.
Ideally what should happen is you'll have 1 high defense, 1 medium defense, and 1 low defense. Unless you're in like a weird position like, say, a fighter or barbarian where your primary and secondary are the same. But for most classes, you'll have your main stat, your second, whatever you pick as your secondary stat, and then your dump stat ends up being a shitty defense.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like that because even like the difference between my supposedly second like okay defense and my shitty defense is 1.
And then you got me though, where I've got a 19 AC, 17 Fortitude, 13 Reflex, and 12 Will. It's quite a big jump.
Yeah. I have 16 AC and 12 reflex for my big difference.
I'm pretty clearly just low in my defenses with my 13 AC and 15 will, 12 ref, 14 fort. Like,
you need a suit of fucking chainmail, bitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be buying some armor.
Yeah. Like I have 17 AC and ref, but my fort and will are 13 and 12.
That seems fine.
Yeah, that's about how it should be.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same idea as there's not really a role to defend a DC spell in this game. Like, attacking your will and fort is generally how you attack a martial character with spells. I felt a bit boned because because there were people who had a really high reflex compared to their AC, which was their dump defense. Like, that doesn't feel correct at all. Wait
yeah, that was a weird one. I'm not sure I like how that
really
play worked.
fucked me.
that guy was meant for Joe and Annette to go bully, but he ended up in a wizard fight.
No. And I was attacking, like, as a wizard fight, I can't attack his AC still, but I can attack that other bad defense that a spellcaster tends to have because I know for a fact of that because it's my worst defense. The reflex was like plink. Pardon.
Yeah, I would have
Pardon me.
loved to go bully him, but
yeah,
I had to deal with everything in the pit.
yeah. No, Pit was rough.
I'll continue to level 1. We'll see how it goes now at level 3, but level 1 druid doesn't really feel like a leader. My most leadery things were making sure everything else was dead before it could hurt.
That is the best CC.
People too much, which is the best CC, but it's still CC rather than
no, it's not control.
leadering.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no.
It's controllering rather than leadering.
I think the idea with Druid is that it's it's a discipline priest from WoW, right? Like your deal is preventing damage from happening in the first place rather than healing it up. Like healing is the cleric's domain. You are like, I'm going to debuff the shit out of you so you don't hit at all.
Yeah, you're a barrier healer
that's
rather than a regen
thing,
healer.
But also, I only have one power option that that actively protects people.
I mean, yeah, that's all very fair because Druid, like 2 out of 3 Druid subclasses that I could draw powers from to just steal them directly were controllers. So yeah, that's natural, and powers will be a thing I look out very thoroughly near the end of this cycle of playtesting.
Oh my god, I just looked at my utility power, and the one that I like, you and allies gain a power bonus for saving throws in a big zone that you last until the end of your next turn. Intelligence mod. Oh! Enjoy your fat plus 0,
Scav,
baby!
if you want to swap a pair to have an intelligence, because you're an X-fucking-wizard too.
I am an X-fucking-wizard, but it means I'm taking it either out of my my charisma or my con. That's...
Also, do you not have a +1?
No.
Weren't your attacks that add bonus and doing 1 bonus damage?
That's because things like that do a minimum of 1, but I don't think but whenever a thing says they get a plus, I'm pretty sure if you have a 0, you don't get shit.
Why do you even have Dex?
Because I used to be a Spellblade.
And get like that.
Yeah, I mean,
I got brain damage, not hand damage.
You can swap your Dex and your Int. Just be better off.
I'll have at least one int then.
Move the entire move speed and do like stealth checks and hide and get combat advantage that way. That seems interesting.
Oh man, my AC is 12 now.
Although I wouldn't have been able to do like
exactly
any
the same because remember int contributes to AC just like Dex does.
Yeah.
And then I don't know that'll mount because you're gonna buy chainmail and it'll just bump to 16.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
So in a situation like that, pit Savin, I wouldn't be able to use like that rogue's fleeting ghosting at all, right? That move the speed and do hide checks because there wouldn't be anywhere to hide with there.
Correct. You would need. It would depend on like if you could get underneath the enemy, you'd be able to hide there because they couldn't see you. But if there were enemies like across from you, yeah, you wouldn't be able to because you still do need to have cover to hide.
So how would that work if I had cover from some enemies but not every enemy? Would I be able to hide from certain enemies?
Yes, you'd only be able to hide from enemies you have cover against.
Okay, so it's still pretty useful. I think I might take that.
I think situations like the pit will be pretty rare.
Yeah, hopefully. Because that fleeting ghosting would have been great in that warehouse.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's basically what the blades had.
Yeah, which is basically what your blades do. Yeah.
That was their thing.
Yeah, I guess I'll pick that up as my utility then.
All right. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I think the
it was good.
combat has turned
nice
out.
Not being sick.
Yes, I'm glad you're feeling better. I think combat's feeling about the way I want, more or less. Hit percentages generally seem good, other than you guys were rolling butts and NPC and damage. It all seemed about right. Brutes were very chunky, but didn't hit very often, and The blades and the artillery did shitloads of damage, but were very squishy. So everything seems to be good to go there. We'll see how it holds up at level 3.
Oh, I love my new encounter powers. They're sick.
Yeah.
So I could shore up my targets. So I've got spells that hit reflex and fort. I could pick a spell that actually attacks will. 2d6 plus implement radiant. The next time the target deals damage before the end of my next turn, choose another enemy within 10 yards. They take 5+ con radiant,
Ooh.
which is pretty beefy. Another 8 damage just on someone. I could, if they swing at someone, explode a minion. That's tempting.
I got
There is also the Sun Hammer, which is admittedly versus reflex and is another area burst one within 10. But this one does 2d8 storm, and if it ends its turn next to an ally, it takes even more radiant. It takes another 5 radiant damage. So you could really just knob a shit ton of dudes like before.
Nice.
Bon.
So question here real quick, saving for encounter powers. They work just like in 4E, right? You get each encounter power, you can use it once per encounter.
Yes.
It's not like the dailies where you have just the one daily power and you're
Correct.
just
You
going to
do
change
get
it out.
up to 3 encounters at a time, and you can use each one individually once.
Okay.
Oh. Got a cool power, but it hits everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I definitely think druids should mostly be using only enemy target spells as leaders. I think that would
Yeah,
make
but
them
I don't have any of those.
owned.
So strange.
None of my AoE powers target only target only enemies.
That's weird.
I
Even
get
by controller
2
standards, that's pretty weird, actually.
There is. I'm thinking of the warlord.
Ooh.
Admittedly, they're like the single target leader, but at the same time, even then, all of their shouts are enemies and burst, enemies and blast.
Yeah, and all of what's her face's Gene Bean's bard powers are each enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a close blast 3 that's each creature, and a area burst 1 that's each creature. That also leaves a zone that hits each creature.
Oh, Scow, you should take the diverse Chandler feat and grab Lay on Hands.
That's tempting.
Oh, that brutal trick is really tempting, being able to do 3D weapon dice
Oh.
against the lowest of its target defenses. But
Pete, that's
but
you.
that
You
does
literally
it-
have
hold
rock
on,
paper scissors the
hold on,
attack.
hold on. The downside is, they can make an opportunity attack against me.
It's okay, because what I assume is the shaman encounter that made it into this tier is the one I'll be taking.
I'm deciding between either that or on the backswing, where if I miss with a melee attack, I can just use that power and make another melee attack with combat advantage. Like those two powers, ooh, that's a toughie.
There's also, I have a power that lets allies next to the target shift, but it really deals like level 1 encounter power damage and does not have, the ability I was thinking of is melee.
I'm gonna take the willpower attacking ability. It's spreading the as nice as another big enemies in burst explosion is, and it's so tempting. It's very hard to turn it away. Being able to target each of the defenses of a target is so important.
And then I got Daunting Onslaught, which goes good with the demon stuff.
Hell
The
yeah.
target and each enemy adjacent to the target are staggered until the end of your next turn.
It is a really tough choice between these two powers.
Savin, would you consider making Call the Crows target enemies?
You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and try just shifting all the druid powers to enemies in burst or blast.
It can always be turned back if you go, wow, that was way too easy for you to just knob me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polly is already incredibly powerful, but I think that's just because you played her very, very well.
Yeah. She was in a very safe position all fight and
Flinch
like managed to avoid really making herself a threat before it's too late and you go, wait, fuck.
Yeah, because I do
Ooh,
like.
this would have been good for earlier. Glowering threat. Close burst 3, each enemy in burst. Until the end of your next turn, each target takes a -5 penalty attack rolls against any other creature than you.
Nice.
That would have helped in that one fight where I was definitely afraid of everyone getting attacked.
Yeah.
All right. So which one do you think I should take? You guys, do you think I should take the brutal trick where I do lots of weapon dice, but I offer myself up for opportunity attacks, or on the backswing where if I miss attack, I get to make another one with combat advantage?
Ooh,
I
that-
think you should
I
let me
really-
hit you more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's
The,
tough.
s- the
It's a
second
very
one
tough
actually
decision,
sounds
isn't it?
pretty good, though. Like having that extra.
I mean, if you're next to me, it
safety.
doesn't matter. I'll get an opportunity attack on them, and they have -2.
But also like having that extra roll with like higher numbers in your back pocket sounds
if
really
I-
good for
yeah.
if you need to hit something. And then
Especially because it
also,
grants me combat advantage, means
yeah,
I will get sneak attack
yeah.
on it.
It's also like a guaranteed
Fair
sneak
enough.
attack if you miss.
That's true.
I think I'm going to take on the backswing because here's the thing as well. I can use it with daggers and throwing it. I can't do the brutal trick with daggers if I throw it because it's a melee weapon.
This does deal dex mod damage, but I still
There we
think
go.
it's a good idea.
Alright, well, I have a COC2 patch to put out. So, if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys had some fun watching this shit show as well. And we will see you in a few days for the real Sav&D. Till then, adios and do take care.